George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan. Stunning news in the association today is the Denver Nuggets have fired head coach Mike Malone at the end of his 10th season with the franchise. Denver currently holds the 4 seed in the Western Conference. David Adelman will take over head coaching duties in the interim. The Nuggets will also part ways with GM Calvin Booth. On the college hardwood, Texas guard Trey Johnson has declared for the NBA draft. He's a projected top 10 overall pick. The Mariners will be without Victor Robles for the foreseeable future. The outfielder suffered a fracture in his shoulder while making a catch in San Francisco over the weekend. Robles will miss at least 12 weeks and could be lost for the entire season. The M's back at it tonight, hosting the Astros at T-Mobile again. Luis Castillo gets the ball for Seattle. Framber Valdez toes the rubber for Houston. First pitch from Soto at 6:40. And in some sad baseball news, former relief pitcher Octavio Dotel died Tuesday morning after the roof of a Dominican nightclub collapsed on its patrons. At least 58 people lost their lives, including the sister of former Mariner Nelson Cruz. Dotel, which is 51 years old. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Hear this, right now.
Welcome.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the
I
sugarcoating.
hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is gonna be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do? What's up? What is up?
Another great, just Pacific Northwest day.
What is up?
Nothing says spring in the Masters like whatever the hell we got going on out here.
It's raining.
Yeah,
It's been raining all day.
little rainy, little drizzly, kind of dark, cloudy.
It is not raining in Augusta, Georgia.
No.
It was
It goes
yesterday.
drip,
But
drip.
We're getting the all
drip.
clear down at Augusta. We're being told that the weather
Yeah.
will be fine.
Yeah. It's going to be a good tournament.
Yes. I also saw. I did not realize that old Angel Cabrera is out of prison and is playing in the Masters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Move over, Scotty Scheffler.
I know. Like everyone's protesting Cabrera, but we're not protesting Scheffler. Both criminals. Why and both Masters champions?
yeah.
Why can't they go play?
Scheffler's pretty much a cop killer, wouldn't you say?
I would assume so. Well, he's a cop pants killer.
He tore that guy's pants?
yeah, he sure did.
Those
Ripped 'em
pants,
right
by the
up.
way, will never see service again, ever. I mean, it's like when you kill a police dog. What's any difference between that and police trousers?
So Cabrera, how many years did he serve?
He served a couple.
Like 2.5, I think.
Yeah.
Former Masters champion Angel Cabrera.
Yes.
For hitting women, by the way, multiple.
Yeah,
it is.
his girlfriends,
and
right?
threatening and being
Yeah.
an all-around bad guy.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
a
he's
horrible
awful.
dude towards
Yeah.
women and maybe people.
Which was disappointing because he might be my favorite Masters champion ever. If you want to see what peak athleticism looks like, I give you that guy.
Well, he
Catch him
smokes,
smoking a dart on the
He's
turn.
smoking a dart, and he looks like
drinking wine.
if Bartolo Colon decided to stop working out and pick up golf, you'd have Angel Cabrera, and I
like that.
love that. But it turns out the beating thing, not so much.
Well, he served his time.
Yeah, and that was his response to when, because people were upset, and he goes, "What? I got a lifetime exemption, and
Yeah.
nuts to you."
Hey, listen, I'm with him on that.
It's like,
What do you think? They should kick him out of there? We went to prison.
I don't know. Should
The court system said,
served his time.
yes.
Served
They
his
said,
time.
you need to do this. He did it.
Yeah.
He won the tournament, so he has a lifetime exemption. You better effing believe he's going to show up, and he's going to be at the champions dinner.
I think the idea is that maybe the Masters, after scolding Tiger publicly for laying with some ladies.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Hey,
Wait a minute.
hey.
Tiger's black.
Well, he's Argentinian. Apparently, we learned where that goes. Some people thought that maybe the Masters would have some sort of moral clause because they
No.
tried to do the
But,
holier than thou thing, and they're like, well, you beat a couple ladies, you threatened to kill them, maybe, just maybe, you're not welcome at Augusta. And they're like, nah, come on in.
Well, wouldn't they have a lawsuit problem on their hands then?
It's a private club. They can
Oh,
do whatever the
well,
hell they want.
I don't know, but does the tournament apply?
Yeah, it's a private club. You can do whatever you want. The Masters is above the law. Literally, do whatever they want. Like, they didn't allow blacks or the ladies for, I don't know, how many decades?
And then
Black,
they found
please, thank you.
Condoleezza Rice.
And then they found Condoleezza Rice.
Killed
and
two birds with one
And
stone.
I love when they did that there, and they're like, see, we're not racist or sexist. We've got one.
I will say I've been there twice, and I did see one black man
Oh,
in a green jacket.
did you?
And if you're wearing a green jacket around there, it means you're a member.
You're a member?
Yeah. So there was.
So they have at least one.
So
there
is that-
was a guy.
Do you think that was for profiling purposes? They're
I
like,
don't know.
fine, give it to
I
one.
don't know. I don't know who. I didn't look familiar to me.
I will never forget
Some rich
that
guy.
press conference where was it Hootie? Oh, Hootie stood up there and scolded Tiger about his personal life, talking about how disappointed he was. And Tiger sat there and took it. Dude, I wanted him to stand up and, just bitch slap him. That whole thing was ridiculous.
So Cabrera said,
Oh, there he is right there.
Angel,
Hey, you know what? He's actually looking,
Angel.
I'm not going to say he looks good or he's in shape.
Well, he just won a Champions Tour event.
But
If he
you
was
know that?
lifting on the yard, what else is there to do?
Yeah, that's true. He's in there doing push-ups. He looks all right.
He looks the same.
Well,
He doesn't look any worse for the wear.
I guess that's what I'm saying. I would have assumed after this many years that he would look worse, and he does not.
He said, obviously, I regret things that happened and you learn from them, but at the same time, those are in the past and we have to look forward. He said, I respect their opinion. Everybody has their own opinion, and I respect that. I won the Masters. Why not play the Masters?
Hey.
I'm with him.
It's a valid point.
Get in there, big fella.
Would you'd play, right?
Yes, like I said, I have zero problems with him playing the Masters.
You wouldn't feel shame.
Well, maybe, but I bet you he gets all those, although the Masters is pretty subdued, they keep you in line.
Yeah.
But if he were, let's say this were like the U.S. Open,
Mm-hmm.
he'd get all those MAGA golf bros on his side. Like they'd be like, yeah,
That's true.
He'd be the new.
Is he the Argentinian John Daly?
Well,
Because
yeah.
Daly
Golf's
doesn't play
Kid Rock.
Daly doesn't play the Masters. Daly just he crashes the
He
Masters.
can't.
He brings his Hooters van out in front of the Masters.
No, he has a merch van.
Yeah.
and he partners with Hooters.
Yeah.
So he puts it at Hooters.
Oh, I thought it was like literally outside the gates of Augusta.
No, it's at the Hooters.
Is that
Okay.
still going
But
now
that's
that they
not-
declared bankruptcy?
I don't know about that. That's a good question. I thought somebody told me that Hooters closed down.
I think they're all.
But then
closing
I saw
down.
a thing
mean,
the other day that said John Daly is there again with his.
I also saw a news story about them potentially rebooting or re-Hooterizing, as the article said.
Re-Hooterizing as what?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I can send you the article. Could be a club topic.
Well, it is kind of amazing that Hooters was the thing in the first place, and then like why did it it's terrible, and yet it was such a big deal. Like what killed Hooters? Because it was like the lowest common denominator. Did we all just wake up one day and be like, we'll just go to a strip club like a grown man? Or I don't.
Well, it got old. You can only harass so many women,
I'm gay.
right?
Is it like the younger
need-
generation decided to not be creeps? I just the magic.
I mean,
of
I do think
Hooters.
that's part of it.
Well, I mean, if they had wings as good as Buffalo Wild Wings did or used to,
Yeah.
I mean, I think maybe they'd still be getting harassed.
So maybe that's what Hooters is doing is they're retooling with hotter hots and better food. If they came back, because let's be honest, towards the end there, not all the Hooters gals were not necessarily the calendar girls. It was it could be a little rough.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't go in there.
No, that's accurate. It was, boy, yeah. You try to think of the right way to say this, but they,
The standards.
You're basically saying they had to be more inclusive.
correct.
Yes.
They could not keep people in or out
God,
based
you
on
guys
their
are
looks.
Awful.
Well,
No,
You know
America changed for
You're
the
awful.
better.
no, here's the thing.
Hooters might have
Exactly.
changed for the worse.
Look, if you had what's the male equivalent? If you had roosters, right? And then you had like a bunch of fat dudes that were there serving, I'm sorry, that's the Chris Farley Chippendales. You can't have Chris Farley dancing at Chippendales. That and their food was terrible. It was an awful wing. And one day someone woke up and was like, how is this successful? And then it wasn't. So maybe as they retool, you got to get hotter hots and you just make a better wing. Like,
Well, that's what I just said. If they had wings like Buffalo Wild Wings
Yeah.
did when they first started,
Yeah.
and became a big thing, you better believe Hooters would still be around.
Also, a good point on the YouTube chat here. Internet porn might have killed the Hooters experience.
Well, I mean, I hate to do this, but this is like what I've never understood. Like, remember when like FHM or Maxim was popular?
Yep. I was a subscriber in middle school or high school.
Exactly, right? Because you're a middle schooler and you don't know any better. But first off, now middle schoolers, they got access to better websites. But I've never understood that because when you're at the wherever you buy your magazines, because this is the 1930s, you could just reach up a little bit higher on the rack and get the better magazine. The one that came in the clear plastic wrapper. I never understood that. Like if you were going to Hooters, wouldn't I just say, hey guys, do you want to go to Hooters? Let's get wild. And you could just say, you want to go to the Acropolis?
I think
it's the same thing, but with better food.
I think there's mental gymnastics involved. Like, I think people convince themselves that Hooters is okay, but Acropolis is crossing the line.
Yeah.
That's right.
Because, like,
Hooters,
well, I'm just going to get
what?
wings with my friends. What, they have beer there?
Yeah.
Oh, so what? They dress nice.
There's a little kid right over there. How bad could it be?
They dress nice.
I'm just going to keep my shades on now.
Don't mind me.
So I have this article here from Buck, and it says that the CEO has built a plan to push up the Hooters sagging sales.
Oh, boy.
Now, who do you think wrote that?
Is that the headline? That's the...
No, it's just a line in the story.
Yeah.
This
show you my boobs.
This all means their classic testosterone-rich environment is going to be getting a bit of a more family-friendly makeover.
Because that's what everyone wants.
Family-friendly.
The first thing to go will be Bikini Days, where the Hooters girls will trade in their already revealing uniforms for even less.
There was Bikini Days?
I missed those.
How was I not aware of that?
Branding experts say it's difficult with a double D to now all of a sudden get moms and kids through the door. Another proposed change for the Hooters girls is greeting women first before men to make them feel comfortable and welcome.
Really? That's what we're trying to... Hey, can I just point out who's ever trying to restart this? You're gonna fail. Is that's what you need to do. Appeal to families and women at a restaurant called Hooters. Great idea. Really? Thumbs up, everybody.
420 stores remain.
And that's why we know that they've lost their way.
And the one in Augusta is open.
Still open. So John Daly is there.
And
right
I
now.
think I saw a photo of somebody tweeting out that he's set up his merch van there again. He's there. Smoking darts, selling $20 T-shirts with a smile.
Sean Damn Daly.
Yeah, he's got his own brand and everything.
Oh boy. Yeah, was it, he does Loudmouth or whatever it is, right? Doesn't he partner with those guys?
I mean, that's what he used to push. I don't know what he does now.
Loudmouth pants or...
Well, I saw him in a golf tournament the other day. Oh, my God.
Does he look rough?
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable that he's even alive.
Yeah. And when he dies, no one will be sad, right? Like...
It'll just be like,
Yeah, don't you just move his like
Makes sense.
funeral around on a post-it note around your calendar? Just you're like, it's gonna be here. And then when it happens, you just are like, yeah, that's about right. There's just certain deaths, like when Dennis Rodman dies, no one will be sad. You'll just be like, oh, that's hey, it's a good life. Or it was an eventful life, and you made it about as long as you could.
You know what needs to happen? And we've got one texter keying in on this on the text line.
Yeah.
The fan text line. Sports Bra needs to take over all the old Hooters.
Oh, like when someone
There you
takes
go.
over like an old Pizza Hut. instead of Hooters, be the Sports Bra.
Yep. Just flip the script on the theme.
Boy, has there ever been a bigger rebrand than Hooters to the Sports Bra? And yet it kind of has the same, the same motif.
Has a strip club ever become an original pancake house?
I will bet you that in the annals of things becoming other things, I'm guessing that diners and strip clubs are like number one, right? How many village inns have become something else, and how many and strip clubs? They just arrive and then they disappear. That just is like universal. You're like, oh, that's where the stage used to be, and now I can get affordable pancakes, 100%. Like the old Sunset Strip is closed down. I don't know what's going to go there, but it's going to be odd the first time you walk into that place to order a tall stack, and you're like, strange things used to happen here. Hopefully there was a lot of bleach.
How are Twin Peaks doing? Aren't they? That's a restaurant.
Yeah.
Twin Peaks.
And Tilted Kilt, which I think is like a
Yeah,
that's the
Midwestern
other one.
version.
What do you think? Are they still around?
Couldn't tell you.
And if so, why? Why doesn't Hooters?
Text line says they're doing well, but I
Well,
don't know why.
I don't even know where those are. I
Maybe
don't know
they
if
have
I've ever
better
actually
food.
seen one.
Look, offer good food. No one cares about the up tops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but the problem is that you really got to bring in a lot of guys because the ladies aren't coming into the tilted kilt.
Well, not if. Dude, you didn't hear anything the CEO said. He's going to greet them first.
He's greeting them for yes.
So there.
Because that's what Karen is going to be thrilled about when the husband suggests, all right, family home evening, everybody, pile into the cruiser.
Well,
we're going to Twin Peaks.
Here's the thing. This is the real thing. The real thing is, this is not a new idea.
No.
It's been since the beginning of time
Yes.
that creepy restaurant owners want to put hots
Yeah.
in their bar and as their servers.
Yes.
It's just that Hooters just leaned into the whole theme of it.
Yeah, I just went a step further.
I mean, like the old Thirsty Lion
Yeah.
out in Washington Square.
I know where you're
They
going
have
with
hots
that.
all over the
Yeah.
place.
There is a.
But they don't. It's not like that's not their theme. It's just
Yeah.
hey, and so guys think well after a round of golf they're like where do you want to eat? Well, let's go to the Thirsty Lion.
I don't know why.
And then
but
no, it doesn't even have to be said. Guys just in their head like yeah, let's go there.
I know a guy that owns a bunch of Mexican restaurants, and you walk in, it will take you all of 8 seconds to be like, I wonder who's doing the hiring.
Right.
And again, it's subtle, but it's
You don't need it in the
it's
theme.
there.
You don't need it in the name.
Yeah, just
do it.
problem is with that is I think you can get in a lot of trouble because you can't hire someone solely based on the fact that they're hot.
How did Hooters do
I
it?
think that's what got Hooters in trouble.
And that's exactly the
I
thing.
think there
and
were a
maybe
lot of
why it went downhill
lawsuits.
some.
Yeah.
Too many rules, man.
Yeah.
Get out of here with that.
You would think under this administration that he'd roll some of those back. In fact, if there is one man that is going to make Hooters great again, it's probably the POTUS.
Grab him by the pee.
That seems like something that he would sign an executive order that would mandate that
He'd
Hooters
announce it at the Oval Office.
Yes. I can 100% see that happening.
All right, well that's
Uh,
the opening segment. I don't know who we didn't offend.
yeah.
Probably not many of you.
Well, you want to going to talk about not getting a shot up for God's sakes?
Oof.
Yeah.
Cost you two some money.
Not at all.
Well, you won money.
He had the even hedge.
I
I
went
had the
even
smaller
Oh,
hedge.
you went even? I thought
I
you
had
had
a no sweat bet, bro.
I thought you had more money if Houston
No.
won.
I had the same
I had more money if
exact-
Houston won.
You went right down the middle.
right down the middle.
Okay.
So I didn't sweat a lick. And Buckle and I were texting towards the end there. This is why you hedge. Because if you have all your money riding on Houston,
I would have been sick.
yeah, they were up by
12?
14,
12?
12,
Yeah, something like that.
and then to blow it, it's just, you don't want that. You don't want an aneurysm.
No.
It shouldn't be that.
Like if
Stressful.
you had thousands of dollars tied up in Duke and then that happened? No.
Well, you could have hedged.
I didn't.
You had an opportunity.
I didn't. I went all in. I was cocky. I thought
Yeah.
I thought
well,
Duke was safe.
You get what you reap what you sow, as
Yeah,
they say,
I
Jace.
did. My Hooters got foreclosed upon.
And there are people that are like, "Hey, let it ride."
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. When a profit's sitting there, I don't get greedy.
Yeah.
And neither does Buckley. He cashed a ticket.
No, that was the cool part. It was on a $15 bracket
Yeah.
that I was able to leverage hundreds of
Yeah.
dollars.
So
So that's
basically,
great.
you guys are both cowards and lack, let's call it,
Hey.
intestinal fortitude and balls.
That
You
might be
can
correct.
Call us whatever you want. I am X number of dollars richer today. And you, sir, are not. Your balls jiggling?
I am not.
Let's talk about it. One shining moment next on The Fan.
Goodbye,
marcha. Cruza la media cancha, 14 segundos por jugar. El campeonato en juego para los Cougars. La tiene Yusan por la derecha, recogió el drible y ahora le quedan 7 segundos. 5, ahora crash. ¡Ay, ay, ay! Caminón no puede tocar la pelota y la va a recuperar, la va a robar Condor. ¡Y todo ha terminado! Houston, you have a problem. Los Tigers, campeones universitarios por tercera ocasión en su historia.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Did you hear that?
That's fantastic.
That was fantastic.
Dude, anything in any sport in the Spanish language broadcast is better. It just is.
Well, did you hear what he said, though?
Yeah, Houston.
You have a problem!
Wait, I felt that was very racist. I felt that was Jason Swigard-esque of us. I apologize.
Is he a racist?
I apologize for our accent.
Did you just call Swigard racist?
No, but when he does the Venezuela, it makes me uncomfortable. It's like if you go to a Mexican or a Spanish restaurant and you talk like a standard white guy, and then you decide to put some Spanish flair on it, dude, you just sound like an ass. Don't do that. And I feel like we just did that.
Someone said Jiggles became a Red Robin. That's not true.
I want it to be true.
Well, the building
Yeah,
that Jiggles was in got demolished, and they did build
a Red Robin on top.
I don't
of
know if
it.
it's a Red Robin. There's something there like that.
Yeah.
But it's in the same.
Oh, but it's not the same. No, I want.
It's
I
not the
want-
same building.
I like when you see a Pizza Hut because we all know the shape of the Pizza Hut building, and then it becomes something else. That's what I want. When you can still, you're like, oh yeah, that's the same thing.
A lot of people texting in about this. Sunset Strip used to be a Denny's.
Well, maybe it's going back to a Denny's because it just shut down.
There was a strip club in Southeast on 122nd that got turned into a church. God.
There's up in Bellingham where my son goes to school now. There's a nightclub and it's called Karate Church because I guess it used to be a church and then it was a martial arts dojo and now it's like a nightclub. And I think that is phenomenal. And I desperately want them to sell a shirt for Karate Church, but they don't have any merch, and that's just a missed opportunity.
I think the Jiggles.
Best wiggles are at Jiggles?
Yeah, the best wiggles are at Jiggles. That was the first strip club I ever hit in Portland. Let me tell you something.
A juice bar.
I was stunned.
Yeah. No one's prepared for that.
You're not prepared, no.
No.
But anyway, I think if it were still there, it would be in that Cabela's parking lot.
Yeah, I think it's over.
There's a Cabela's there now.
Yeah, that whatever that area is.
Yeah. And I don't know what they, strip.
It was
strip
right
mall.
off the I-5, right in Tualatin.
Yeah.
Somewhere over
Yeah.
there.
Right by Gary's place, the G
Yeah,
spot.
yeah. I don't think that's the G spot, but all right.
Well, isn't that right over there?
Yeah, but it's not the G spot. That's a different thing.
No, I think it is.
It's not. It's the G-Man Brewery.
Ah, G-Man, that's right.
I think
that's right.
I think the G spot is like a lingerie
yeah.
modeling place.
No, the G spot
that
is
used
that
to be over by us.
No, it's the little shack over on Barber.
Yeah.
Not far from my house.
Yeah, that used to be where the old office was. Over that direction, like John's Landing.
Yeah, it's up on Barber.
Okay.
But I drive by it daily. And I don't have the balls to go in there.
I love
the G spot.
Oh, we're learning a lot today on this program.
Well, yeah, and now somebody said, "Oh no, Jiggles is it's a Wendy's." See, these people. I think it's a car toy. Like 8 people have texted in what Jiggles is now.
No one knows.
Look, we know it's not there.
It's not there.
And what they built on top of it is some
You're
generic...
going to go find your Wiggles somewhere else because they're not at Jiggles.
God, I'll never forget that night, though.
Yeah.
My God.
You wandered in there? What?
Oh,
What is happening?
Shocking to a young Kansas boy. Shocking.
Focus. Championship. Florida. Houston.
Well, it wasn't exactly a ringing endorsement for college basketball.
No. That was one of the uglier games
It was ugly, but
that I've ever seen.
But it was really entertaining.
And it ended in for a game that was played that style, it was the appropriate ending. How about that?
Very fitting.
Well, yeah, you knew there wasn't going to be some amazing offensive play.
No. But
Out of nowhere.
I did expect a shot.
I saw.
Oh my God! Wait till you see this catch. By the way,
is this live?
Yeah, this is live. The Marlins center fielder just may have had the catch of the year. This is if they show this again. Not to derail us, but I just
New fun game. Who plays center field for the Marlins?
Couldn't tell you. And I've been watching them play the Mets now for 5 games.
Ooh, nice.
That's a hell of a grab.
He laid out on the warning
And
track.
he held on to it.
And you can't tell who he is because he's got one of those masks.
Yeah, he's got a mask on. Anywho, I didn't mean to derail you. I just looked up and was like, holy hell.
I need to see the full run from the crack of the bat.
Look at that
looks like
catch.
A hell of a grab.
Some guy named Hill.
Yeah, I don't know.
Glenn Allen Hill.
Glenn Allen Hill
It's
out there
probably his kid.
making grabs. But yes, for that game.
Jiggles is an LA Fitness. No, never getting that one. I don't know. We all know where Jiggles used to be. Now
Yes,
there's something there.
It's something else.
And it's not Jiggles.
It's not.
Okay.
Back to the lecture at hand here. That was as ugly a championship game as you've ever seen. And while no, I did not expect a heroic offensive play, I did expect someone to get a shot up. Someone at the end of that game for Houston, one of their final 3 possessions probably should have shot the basketball.
Final 4.
Final 4.
Final 4 possessions.
Oh, yeah, the final 4 possessions.
They turned it over on all 4 possessions. They did not get one shot in the final 4 possessions of the game.
Somehow the basketball gods, that's like the Faustian deal, right?
Well,
The devil, they made a deal with the devil, and he was like, cool, we're going to have you beat Duke, and you have no business winning that game. But you're about to do the exact same thing on the other side when you play the Florida Gators.
yeah, I mean, look.
They were up by 12, and they had control of that game.
Yeah, they really did.
They had completely shut down Clayton Jr.
As a matter of fact, I think I jinxed it because Buck texted me because he was gripping for a Houston win.
Yeah.
And he texted me, and I was like, dude, you're good. Florida can't do anything
Well,
against
I
them.
opened it by saying, with this foul trouble and this lead in Houston style, they're going to be tough to take down. And you agreed. And then at that moment, things kind of flipped.
They couldn't speed them up. They needed to get a turnover or 2 and get some easy baskets because they just could not score in the half court. Houston is so locked down good, and Clayton, they were gobbling up Clayton.
Every time he touched the ball, they were blitzing 2 guys at him. That was Damian Lillard, New Orleans Pelicans playoff stuff.
But he's still, of all the guys in that game, he still made a couple of really big plays.
At the end, yes. And defensively.
And really, that's the only, if you think, I watched the whole game. I can't think of an offensive play other than that big dunk by Francis.
Yeah.
Or he actually had 2 dunks. He had a putback at the end that was huge for Houston. But other than that, I can't think of an offensive play that was good. Sharp hit a big 3 in the last 3 or 4 minutes for Houston. That was big. But Clayton hit that 3 to tie it at 60 right out of the timeout. And he also had one great dribble drive and an and one.
They had some really nice plays for him drawn up out of multiple timeouts.
Yes.
They just got him going to the rim.
Dude, Todd Golden out of timeouts, he did a great... He helped his team a lot.
They're getting easy layup looks out of those.
And they have a good offense, but there was just no real great offensive plays or performances to even speak of other than Clayton a few times down the stretch.
Yeah.
He made a couple plays. Other than that, it was all defense.
Well,
and I don't think people like seeing that, but because everybody, including myself, have been talking about how, college basketball is so much better now. NIL, kids are staying. That was not exactly our best defense.
If I would have told you going into that Houston was going to hold Florida to 39% total, 25% from behind the 3-point line, you're like, Houston wins going away. Problem is, Houston shot 34% and 20. They both went 6 of 25.
Well,
with some of, by the way, the ugliest 3-point shooting. There's a difference between having it a little nerves and missing it long. Dude, guys were missing by 3 feet on both sides.
Well, the thing about that is Houston is the best 3-point shooting team in college basketball.
They shot 24%.
Yeah, and some of it is just variance. It's just one game. You also have to credit Florida's defense.
Yeah.
But if you had just told me that Florida would score 65 points in the game, just tell me that.
Yeah.
I would have said they lose.
Yeah.
They're not gonna beat Houston.
No.
Because that means Houston did exactly to them what they did to Duke.
Yep.
The only difference is that Florida's defense, man, you got to give them a lot of credit.
They turned it up too.
Dude, their defense was really good down the stretch.
Houston, you have a problem!
It still blows my mind that, and I get it, everyone plays hard, that you don't have the ability, and Duke did this too, you don't have the ability to just isolate. You don't have, in the NBA, when you need a bucket, you just clear the floor and you just go one-on-one. So, why you didn't. Emmanuel Sharp is your best player, right? The guy that you're leaning on, or Cryer. He's actually one that was.
I was going to say.
Yeah, it's not.
I think
not Sharp,
Cryer was the guy who was getting loose a little more than
he
Sharp.
was. So when you can't get anything going, right, and you're moving the ball and there's nothing, it's same thing with Duke. Just clear the floor for Cooper Flagg and just say, hey, dude, go create. And by the way, the shot you're going to get is going to be a better shot than anything else because we can't create a single thing with our ball movement. We're not getting a single open look. We're not doing anything. So we're going to clear it out and let you go one-on-one. And at the bare minimum, you're going to get at least an open step-back jumper. And not one time down the closing stretch did Houston ever do it. It baffles me. And then at the end.
Well, they just don't have the players to do it. Like, Flagg's pretty special. And this is the thing about college basketball. If you want that, you're just not going to get it outside of Cooper Flagg or, there's a couple of other really nice players that can create, but it doesn't really happen. The only thing that you can really do against great defense like that, at least college players, is get going downhill and get to the rim and just try to get a whistle. Or just get something off the rim, because Seth Greenberg said it last night. He said sometimes your best offense is a rebound putback or something off the bat.
Yeah, they even said at the end, they're like, dude, just throw one up. Just get it there because you're crashing the glass. And
Houston's a really good rebounding team.
Yes. And so the idea that you went 4 possessions and didn't, that just, I don't know, man, that is tough. And Sampson said it after the game. He goes, it's inexplicable, and that will haunt them. Much like that'll haunt Duke forever. That will haunt Houston because they were the better team that night and they should have won, and they let it go.
Yeah, that kid, Sharp, it will particularly haunt him. You know, he was the one that had the ball go off his knee.
And
then he was the one that jumped up for the 3 and had to abort mission. Because it was going to get blocked again. Good play by Florida. It's just
that's the thing too. Was it? I mean,
I think it was. It was going to get blocked.
You didn't have a 6'11" guy. You had Clayton Jr. running out at you. At least
no, it was the big. I thought it was the big.
I thought it was Clayton Jr. that ran at him and closed it out.
I'll
take a look.
Think so.
Throw your body into him, deuce.
Yeah.
And I know it's easy for me to say because I'm not in that moment, but man, I
think he felt like he had to get it up
something
time wise.
Yeah, it was.
But rough. Florida national champs.
Yeah. 3-time, man.
Which, I like Clayton.
By the way, I ended up reading through some of the details because I remember they were investigating Todd Golden.
Yes.
Dude, I read through some of the details of that.
Same. I actually didn't know how, because everybody's been calling him a creep.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, he is creepy because he looks like the ball boy, not the coach.
Yes.
And he's got the Michael Strahan teeth.
Yep.
So I'm like, yeah, he's kind of weird. But I didn't know why they were calling him a creep. Yeah. I only found out today. I read that story the same as you.
Yep.
Dude, he was like stalking co-eds.
Yes. I remember that they investigated him, but I just don't remember all the details.
Well,
and when I read through that story, dude, that thing is problematic.
At the time, I think it was anonymous. They started it by saying a Florida assistant or something like that. I don't think his name was initially attached to the allegations, and that came out later, so it kind of feels like it just went by the wayside. But yeah, it's not good.
What if he brought a bunch of hot co-eds up onto the dais after the game?
Well, look, I'm not here to
drugged out
anybody, but I will say this.
We won the Natty!
It wasn't just me.
Did you hear him?
I did. Oh, I heard.
We won the Natty! He's a dude,
and the keep the Gator Boys hot. My daughter and the BTJ were both sitting there, and independently of one another, because they were kind of roaming in and out, and I was waiting for one shining moment. They're like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm watching this," and they're like, "Why are you watching the interviews?" I said, "I'm waiting for one shiny moment." And both of them, having watched for maybe 2 minutes, goes, "Oh my God, these Florida guys look like a bunch of douchers." And I was like,
well, it is Florida.
It is Florida. They were doing there's only so many times I can hear, "Get it, boys, staying hot, get it, boys." And Gold, it just was
Doesn't every team have bits though?
It was a weird,
it
was a weird vibe.
I think every team.
I know.
The Youngs, they all.
I found myself not liking Florida because of some of the post-game stuff. And then I read the story on Gold, and I was like, yeah, boy.
There's your champ.
Yeah.
All right, we'll wrap up the hot NCAA tournament talk next on The Fan. Here is Buckley.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, the Mariners back at it tonight. They host the Astros again after winning last night's affair. They have Luis Castillo go to the mound tonight. Framber Valdez will toe the rubber for Houston. First pitch from Soto at 6:40. They will be without outfielder Victor Robles for the foreseeable future, though. The outfielder suffered a fracture in his shoulder while making a catch in San Francisco over the weekend. Robles will miss at least 12 weeks and may be lost for the entire season. Some stunning news in the association today is the Denver Nuggets fired head coach Mike Malone at the end of his 10th season with the franchise. Denver currently holds the 4th seed in the Western Conference. David Adelman will take over the head coaching duties in the interim, and the Nuggets will also part ways with GM Calvin Booth. On the college hardwood, Texas guard Trey Johnson has declared for the NBA draft. He is a top 10 to top 5 projected overall pick. And in sad baseball news, former relief pitcher Octavio Dotel died Tuesday morning after the roof of a Dominican nightclub collapsed on its patrons. At least 58 others lost their lives, including the sister of former Mariner Nelson Cruz. Dotel was just 51 years old. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic
The Fan.
Well, the big dance is over. It was a tournament of teams blowing it.
Doesn't it feel a little bit like that? It wasn't necessarily teams winning, it was teams losing.
Well, there was one team that pulled it out multiple times, and that's Florida. But everybody, like Duke blew it, Houston blew it, Arkansas blew it against Texas Tech.
Texas Tech blew it.
Yeah, Texas Tech blew it. I think Auburn kind of blew it. They said that this is the first time since 1992 that each team leading at halftime lost all 3 Final Four games.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. So Auburn was leading Florida, Duke was leading Houston, Houston was leading Florida, and effing here we are with the Gators.
Duke was up by 16 in the second half. Florida was up, Houston was up by 12. I don't remember if the Auburn game was ever that big, but
no,
I mean,
I don't think they had them by that.
I don't think it like that, but
maybe 6 or 8.
I mean, huge leads.
Houston scored 15 points in the final 2 minutes against Duke.
Yeah,
they scored 0 in the final 2 minutes against Florida, and like you said, they turned it over on each of their final 4 possessions.
You know, I guess someone, I forget who it was. Someone was talking about this, but they said give Florida credit in that Florida could win in multiple ways, right?
100%.
Florida can beat you if you play a game in the 90s, and they can beat you a game you play in the 60s. And it felt like Houston didn't really have that. When it turns out having no offense or a lack thereof, like in big moments, turns out to really be brutal. And Houston needs to play one way. And for the most part,
well, they did, though.
They did. And
that was their style of game.
And yet, at the end,
Florida beat them at their own game.
At the end, they needed to have a couple possessions where they could get it. If they had one guy that could create, that's a national champion right there. And yet, they didn't.
Yeah, Cryer, I thought, was the guy that was going to give him a chance. Yeah. He was just a little too small once he got in there against those bigs, but he was getting around he was getting to spots. Yeah. He was the only guy getting to spots.
I think he was the only one that was a double-digit scorer, if I'm not mistaken, in the entire Houston team. Everyone played below their season averages except for Cryer.
Florida's pretty nasty, and I'm with that Texas. I mean, you got to give them credit. They beat Houston at their own game, and it was a weirdly, oddly officiated game too, because when we left the first half, they didn't call anything. Nope. It was a war. Then in the second half,
started to get
all of a sudden they're calling everything. Houston gets in foul trouble, and then they kind of let them play towards the end, and Florida just mugs them to death.
There were a couple technicals there that were issued because people were getting pretty pissy about it. Yeah, it definitely was that feeling of down the stretch, we're going to tighten this up, and then they just let it go. Yeah, I don't know. But that's been a little bit of Houston's bugaboo all year is they need the officials to let them play because that's really the only style that they play. When you're allowed to go out and beat the hell out of the other squad, you know, you're there.
And it was Clayton that was closing out on Sharp. And there's a really good photo of Clayton in the air with his hand up and Sharp. That's right when he dropped he just dropped the ball. And you can see the clock on the other top of the other basket. 4.2 seconds. I think he thought maybe, and even though there's a clock right above the rim, I think maybe he thought he had to get that up. The clock was running out, but he didn't. He had plenty of time to pump fake and then have a three to basically be Chris Jenkins and win the game for him.
Or, you know, I don't know if I've ever seen that. I mean, we go back. I mean, the infamous Trey Burke clip here where you lose it, it was the same thing. Trey Burke went to shoot a three. The Kansas guy closed out, and Trey Burke
returning off.
Yeah, that's a double clutch. Like in the air, he pumps and still gets it up. The idea that I hate to judge people in the blink of an eye because I remember like watching film and you know, like having my coach look at me and be like, "What the hell are you doing there?" and not having an answer. I talk about that all the time. You're like, "Coach, I don't want to be doing that either." And I can't tell you what went through my mind other than I'm a moron. And that's just, I had a brain fart. But in that moment, it's baffling that you just drop the ball and then like, someone else come, and no one else knew what to do either. There was one of the bigs for Houston standing there looking at it. He's like, what's happening? Oh. No one knew. So the idea that you wouldn't just at least throw that towards the rim and see what happens.
Why are you going there?
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because I bet you that poor kid, Emmanuel Sharp, is just going to... And now, the good news for him is that he can come back next year. He's only a junior. Yeah. So maybe he'll come back. Who knows?
But he was curled up on the floor and was crying, and that's...
I hate seeing that.
Yep, sucks.
Because, you know, he's going to get a lot of social media hate. You know how people are. But And you got to feel terrible for him because I just feel like, as you well know, sports failures like that occur way more than us plebes out here think. It's like, look at Cooper Flagg. He's probably beating himself up still today. Sharp certainly is. Look at Mark Andrews, the Ravens, right? Yeah. Every golfer ever, because that's just the nature of that sport. Yeah. It happens all the time. And really the only remedy, because we'll Sharp will now be labeled. Yeah. And that's unfair because Sharp, if you think he chokes, dude, rewind that game by literally 2 minutes. He hits one of the biggest threes of the game for Houston. Yeah. Okay. So if he chokes, why did he make that shot? Yeah. So it's just, the only remedy is really putting yourself in those situations over and over. And how do you do that in college basketball? Yeah. How do you don't get to that level?
You don't. You get one
crack at it.
One crack. And maybe, like you said, 3 of their guys can come back if they choose to. And he's not a huge NBA guy as far as I know. So in theory, 3 of those guys should come back and maybe you get another crack at it. But and for someone that probably is like Cooper Flagg, that's not going to stick to him. Cooper Flagg's going to be the number 1 pick and will go on. But that may be, and again, I don't know what Sharp's, NBA future is, but he's an undersized guard that scores 12 points and plays hard defense. That guy is not going to go on to have great things happen in the NBA. That may be the last thing. That may be the last memorable thing he does in basketball, and that will. I feel bad because that will stain him forever. That will be on him forever, and that just, I don't wish that on anybody.
Potential 2nd round pick.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
He might get a cup of coffee,
Yeah. And wherever he goes, if they don't have the redemption and if they don't come back next year, just everywhere that guy goes, you're a footnote. Oh, you're the guy. Right? You're the guy that didn't get the shot up. Oh, you're the guy that also turned it over the possession before that. And no one's going to remember what you did for the rest of the tournament. Nope. You're one of the reasons why you got there. That is on you forever. And that stinks.
Yeah, I think back to and you're right, Sharp is a little different story because he's,
This will probably be it.
But I think back to all the hate for Phil Mickelson, could never win a major. Yeah. He's won, 7 now? Yeah. Peyton Manning could never get over the hump. No. He won 2.
But that's the difference. Those guys, you knew they would have more opportunities. For guys like that, that's it.
I know. But that tells you something. It's that's why we shouldn't label people who fail in the biggest moments of sports, because even if he doesn't get more chances, if he does, he still may fail in 75% of them because that's sports. Yeah.
And he's not, and it's not LeBron James or Michael Jordan. It's just it's a good college player.
It's just a kid. Yeah. It's like Greg Norman chokes away 2 majors, and that's all we ever remember. Greg Norman was one of the best golfers ever.
Yes, and certainly of his generation.
But he's known for that. Yeah. I was even thinking today about Mariano Rivera. That guy blew the 2001 World Series
Gonzo, right?
For the Yankees. Mariano Rivera is one of the greatest pitchers ever. Yeah, nobody could hit him. Nope. So it happens to even the best of the best. Yeah. It just sucks when you're never going to get that, because Mariano Rivera had multiple postseason appearances, and Phil Mickelson had multiple majors, finally got over the hump. Peyton Manning had multiple opportunities, finally got over the hump. This kid,
maybe that might be it.
That might be it, and that's what sucks about college basketball in that regard. It's just that one-off, the NCAA tournament one-off games, the variance and the weird crap that happens, man. Yep. It is just, it's what makes that tournament great, but also absolutely agonizing.
What was it's the old Field of Dreams, the Moonlight Graham, where he says, you think there'll be other days, but you don't realize that today was your only day. And that haunts you.
Yeah, I feel like the Tiger Woods of the world. Yeah. They fool us into thinking that's what elite looks like. It is, but he is a one-off, dude.
Yep.
It doesn't look like that. No. He is the exception.
Yes, not the rule.
So then you say, oh, you've only won 2 majors. You suck. Well, what are you comparing that to? That's amazing.
You're only comparing
Tiger freaking Woods won every tournament he ever played in.
Stop comparing me to that guy.
Ruined it for everybody. Yeah. I have the Todd Golden deets.
Yeah.
If you'd like.
It's creepy.
It's not good. No. We'll get to that next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. If you told me I was going to go to a sporting event and all the hot dogs were free, honestly, how much would you really force yourself? Because you're not going to feel good. Dude, I eat 2 and I'm out after. I'd have 2 before the game starts. I'd say 6.
6, I think, is what he got
6. To. Well, there's also a difference between big Polish sausage dogs and
these are standard hot dogs.
They're standard hot dogs.
These are the cheap hot dogs.
Dude, I could choke down 6 of those easily.
Spray. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensate for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp, including Shopify and the Boys and Girls Club of America, which is why they were just named #1 in spend management by G2. Facts. Start using Ramp and you'll have more time to spend scaling your business. And that'll feel really good. Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Save thousands. Be advised, this is a great opportunity to save thousands on a hot tub or swim spa. Friday through Sunday, Portland Expo Center. Save thousands. Be advised, this is a great opportunity to save thousands on a hot tub or swim spa. Friday through Sunday, Portland Expo Center. 18-month interest-free financing. Brand new 2025 inventory ready for immediate delivery. Portland Expo Center. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Portland Expo Center. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Come see the revolutionary new swim spa in action at exceptional prices. Portland Expo Center. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Portland Expo Center. Friday 2 to 8 p.m. Saturday 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Portland Expo Center. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances,
Sick and Souk on 1080 The Fan.
So for those who don't know, we have a new college basketball coach who is a champion, the great Todd Golden, and his Michael Strahan teeth.
Who's very broy, by the way.
Super broy.
Yeah.
I mean, I respect the fact that he's not just... Like, I mean, we wouldn't see Kelvin Sampson up there going, "We won the Natty!" You know.
And can we please stop with the Gator Boys hot thing? That made me very uncomfortable.
But him being up there all excited, I don't know. I like to see my coach show some emotion. Like, I feel like remember Dan Lanning after the Ohio State game?
Yeah.
The win?
The win.
That
Not the loss.
That was awesome.
Yes.
He's shoving his coaches and, like, fired up. I love that.
Yeah.
So I like seeing that, but then it gets a little, you spin the hat sideways, and you're an inch from,
You're doing the chomp.
You're a bro.
Yeah, he's
a bro.
Well, he already looks like he's 12 years old. Who was that old Florida? The Florida, when they won their first 2 titles, had a little white guard.
Billy Donovan. Oh, the coat or the
yeah, there was a player.
guard.
Yeah, there was a guard for them. He looked like he could have been a member of the team. If you saw him on stage with the hat sideways, you would have thought he was a player, not a coach.
Well, anyway, here are the deets. If you didn't know, he was under investigation this year.
Yeah.
After a formal Title IX complaint against him surfaced in the Florida student newspaper. They were allegations of sexual harassment and stalking of women, including Florida students. Per the Gainesville Sun, among other claims, the complaint alleged Golden initiated unwanted sexual advances on Instagram, requested sexual favors, sent photos and videos of his genitalia, took photos of women walking or driving, and sent the pictures to the women involved, and showed up to locations where he knew the women would be.
Dude.
Yeah.
Golden's statement at the time read, "For the last month, I have actively participated and respected the confidentiality of an ongoing school inquiry. I have recently engaged Ken Turkle to advise me on my ability to bring defamation claims while this confidential investigation is ongoing. My family and I appreciate the support we have received and remain confident the university will continue its efforts to finish its review promptly."
Yeah.
So next, they reviewed it, months-long investigation. They said there was no evidence regarding any of the allegations. So there was a copy of the letter that ESPN got that the university sent to one of the female complainants. According to the letter, the Title IX coordinator determined there was no evidence to indicate that sexual harassment occurred within a university program or activity, and that is why the school had to dismiss the complaint.
But then they also said that it didn't really exonerate him. It just said that in his duty amongst being a coach, they said it was a very narrow scope of the investigation. So some people think it kind of sounds like he got off on a technicality, that he didn't do anything to violate Title IX because it wasn't anything to do with the athletic program, but that didn't necessarily mean that he wasn't sexually harassing and stalking women. It just wasn't in the capacity of being a coach or someone within the athletic program. So,
in other words, if he's doing this
on his own
time,
right? That's kind of what I took from it, where some people are like, man, that's a really narrow scope of the investigation. So you weren't really investigating whether or not the guy was harassing anyone. You just were like, hey, was he breaking any Title IX violations?
We won the nutty!
I mean, look, I don't know. It's mildly uncomfortable. He was accused by multiple women, but Florida said, hey, we looked into it, and in a shocking development, they found no wrongdoing of their young star up-and-coming coach, and therefore, let's never talk about it again, and the Gator boys stay hot.
Well, they won the title. Now he's going to get a big raise.
Yes.
It's all in the past for him.
Yes.
I would say that, I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it because I think a lot of people think this way, that when these things happen, I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire to me. I just don't think this stuff is all just made up.
I would tend to agree. It's just...
But you got to be able to prove it.
How far does the line go, right? Like, clearly you were doing some stuff that you shouldn't have been doing, probably got uncomfortable, did it cross the line? Apparently, according to Florida and their watchful eye, they said no.
They have 2 kids. So he's married. His wife's name is Megan.
Yeah.
They were showing her last night. They have 2 little kids. She played volleyball at St. Mary's, and I think he played a little basketball at St. Mary's, I think is what they said.
Well, and
that's where they met.
And the other one was Torian Green, the former guard that
Blazer
won national titles. He was also had a Title IX investigation open against him for same thing, for sexual harassment. So
I feel like that's just Florida.
Those Gator boys staying hot. You know,
won the nutty!
It's a little problematic down there in Gainesville.
So you want to know who that white guard is for the old?
Yeah, remember who? I can picture him. He's just,
so those teams.
And by the way, Urban Meyer looks at that investigation.
Nick Calathis?
What?
Calathis?
Nick Calathis was a white guard for.
Are you talking about the Torian Green, Al Horford teams?
I believe, yeah. Wasn't there a little white guard for that team?
I'm looking at their Walter Hodge, Chris Richard, Lee Humphrey.
I can picture the little white guard for Florida. Maybe it came after that. Either way, Urban Meyer laughs at your Title IX investigation. He's like, yeah, call me when you're shooting people, all right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Who's the bigger Florida creep, Urban Meyer?
Oh, it's Urban Meyer.
Or Todd Golden.
The answer to that is Urban Meyer. You know what? Todd Golden did a little stalking, took some photos, made some people uncomfortable. You know, Urban Meyer was covering up murders. So
Can we throw in a Jim McElwain?
Oh yeah,
laying naked on sharks or something. Wasn't that him or was that fake?
I think that.
They ended up saying that wasn't him,
Fake
even
news.
though everyone was pretty sure it was him.
It sure looked like him.
Sure did.
But again, I gotta, we have to back off nowadays. You can't. We want the nutty Taylor Swift.
I wanted nothing more than for that to be.
Was
real.
Billy Donovan a creep?
I don't know.
don't think he was.
I don't
Billy
think so.
Donovan's got
At
going
least
on.
not that we have record of.
Good. All right. Well, there's one Florida coach
There
that
you
wasn't
go.
a creep.
So take that.
Because Spurrier's a creep.
Oh yeah. And then they had
Who else do they have? They had Lon Kruger back in the day.
Ron Zook.
Zook, yeah. Kruger was a good dude.
The Zooker. Yeah, I don't know. It's just something tells me about like Florida, Miami, Florida State. I feel like you can get away with some stuff down there. Not saying he did. Just feel like you can get away with some stuff.
Well, I've got a trivia question that came out of last night's game that I'd like to pose to you guys.
Okay.
Because we love sports trivia here.
Yes.
Because we're big sports guys.
Yes.
And we know everything. Like Buck knows how many titles Wayne Gretzky has won in his career.
Who's got the
4.
better resume now that Ovechkin has 1 Stanley Cup and Gretzky has none?
Urban Meyer or Alexander Ovechkin.
And we have a new sports curse.
Oh, we do.
It struck last night, and it's great. That's coming up on The Fan. We won the nutty!
Let's take a master's bet and put it in a parlay. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Ludwig Oberg finished second at Augusta last year, and I really like his price to finish top 10 this week. But let's wheel it with the Boston Celtics to win the Eastern Conference.
the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update first on The Fan. And stunning news in the association today. The Denver Nuggets have fired head coach Michael Malone at the end of his 10th season with the franchise. Denver currently holds the 4 seed in the Western Conference. David Adelman will take over head coaching duties in the interim, and the Nuggets will also part ways with their GM, Calvin Booth. On the college hardwood, Texas guard Trey Johnson is declared for the NBA draft. He's a projected top 10 to top 5 overall pick. The Mariners will be without Victor Robles for the foreseeable future. The outfielder suffered a fracture in his shoulder while making a catch in San Francisco over the weekend. Robles will miss at least 12 weeks and may be lost for the entire season. The M's host the Astros again tonight at T-Mobile Park. Luis Castillo gets the ball for Seattle. Framber Valdez toes the rubber for Houston. First pitch from Soto at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Save the date. Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Thursday, June 26th. Keep it on the Fan for details.
If you can find the time to explore the mind of a stripper, then you can find the time to spend with your actual family.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Damn! What they on? All steroids and no carbs? Them some thick-ass kids.
This is Primetime.
We're not like you. We're grown-ups.
Your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
My goodness!
Here are Isaac Ropp and Jason Sakanik with Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hour 2 of our program. We will get to the Michael Malone firing coming up, and will Chance be headed to Denver? But we are stuck on wrapping up the NCAA tournament here.
And more importantly, I have found the annoying little white guard from Florida. I spent the entire break looking through past rosters. I could picture that little rat in my head. Teddy Dupay is the little guy. If you look him up and you see him, you'll be like, that was the original The Gator Boys Are Hot, and reminds me of Todd Golden.
How do you spell his last name?
Dupay.
Okay.
And the moment you see him, you'll be like, I remember that little douche.
Yeah, I remember his name.
Yes.
Teddy Dupay. So he was later than those championships?
No, he was before.
He was before that.
He was the original Gator Boys Staying Hot. And by the way, he was arrested on rape and kidnapping charges.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see his mugshot here.
Yeah, dude. He was keeping the Gator Boys hot. He was a guy. He was just that annoying little douche that kind of reminded me of Todd Golden.
Well, when you mentioned him, someone else said Lee Humphrey, and then I looked up Lee Humphrey, and that was the guy that I was picturing.
Is he white?
Yes.
Yeah, he was the white guy from the national championship teams, and I was like, no. I knew it when I would see him. I just like he was like 5'11", and he had the stupid buzz cut, and he was like the annoying guy slapping the floor. Well, he was charged with rape and kidnapping.
Well, I bet if he went to Duke, he wouldn't have been charged with rape and kidnapping because he wouldn't have done it.
He was keeping those Gator Boys hot. That's all I know.
I think anything goes in Florida.
Again, I feel like it's a little Thunderdome down there. Well, hey, they won first school ever, right? 3 football national championships and 3 basketball national championships.
We won the Nutty!
No one has it. So they can
Florida does.
They can technically claim GOAT status in athletic programs. Don't they have a couple baseball ones too?
I don't know that.
I believe that they do. They at least played for the baseball title a couple years ago.
It does seem to be one of the best all-around sports programs in the country.
Well, that was back when Urban Meyer had that thing cooking. People were asking, is that the best job in America? Being their football or basketball coach, because they won it the same year, and supposedly the Florida athletic program had everything you could want.
So I've got trivia for you.
Yes, they have won. They won in 2017. They beat LSU in the College World Series.
Actually, I have 2 trivia questions. One coming in from the text line.
Okay.
So Todd Golden is Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the last Jewish coach to win the NCAA tournament? Hint: it was 40 years ago.
Jim Valvano. I don't know. He's Italian.
Yeah, no, it was Larry Brown of my Kansas Jayhawks.
Can't say that I knew Larry Brown was Jewish.
I don't think many did or do.
Okay. Still is, I'm assuming. Larry Brown's not dead, is he?
I don't think so. I think he's coaching.
What?
Yeah.
He's got to be like 90 years old, right?
I don't think he's 90.
He's 84.
Is he still coaching? I want to say he's out there somewhere.
Really?
Yeah, that's
Larry
a man.
Brown's one of those guys that'll coach till the day he dies.
Oh, he's a lifer.
It's insane.
It's insane.
The last job that he had was in 2022, and he was a advisor to the head coach at Memphis, which Penny Hardaway, right?
Okay.
So he has not coached since 2021 when he was assistant at Memphis.
And the second trivia question I have for you here today, based off of last night's result, only 2 schools have more NCAA tournament wins than Houston and have never won a title. So it's really hard to believe because, they showed Akeem Olajuwon out there.
Yes. Which, by the way, did you see them keeping the dream off
Yeah,
of
they wouldn't let him on the court.
for the Final Four?
Yeah, and then Clyde Drexler showed up. It's really wild to think that Phi Slamma Jamma had those 2 guys and didn't win a title.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
They who'd they lose to?
They lost to NC State.
NC State, yeah, that's the Jim Valvano one, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got upset. Biggest upset in the tournament.
Yeah.
The Georgetown had Patrick Ewing. They lost to Villanova.
Mm-hmm.
Ralph Sampson, I don't think ever won one.
No, I don't think so.
It's crazy. Just to think about how good some of those dudes were. They had Clyde Drexler and Akeem Olajuwon on the same college team, and they did not win a title. I want you to think about that.
Yeah, stunning. Well, it just goes to show you that a lot of times those guys in college, the one and done nature of it, and you're dealing with 18, 19, 20-year-old kids, and not every time do you bring your A game.
Well, I got to tell you, I think that the 3 teams that lost here in this Final Four, we're going to look favorably back at those teams and going wow, that Auburn team had who, and they lost.
And they didn't do it.
Or Houston. I think Houston's pretty stacked. And then, of course, Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Con Knippel, future Blazer great.
Future Luke Babbitt clone.
So who are the 2 schools? Only 2 schools have more tournament wins than Houston and have not won a title. Because Houston has not won a title.
I do know this. I know that BYU holds the most tournament appearances without making a Final Four.
Okay, but it's not them. It's not them. These teams are
they noted teams?
Yeah.
Like Tennessee, maybe? Tennessee
ever
won none?
I don't know if Tennessee's won one or not.
I'm trying to think of who hasn't won a title.
Did Texas ever get one?
Think of a Big Ten team
has Purdue ever won?
There you go. Purdue's
okay.
number 1. And then think of a new blue blood. A new age Gonzaga.
Oh, yep.
That's easy.
Gonzaga and Purdue are the only 2 schools that have won more games than Houston and not the NCAA tournament.
So that was Houston's 3rd, right? National title game?
I think they said
4. It's 3 or 4.
Yeah, I thought they said 3.
And Gonzaga's been to 2. Purdue
they
went
were
to
in
one
it
just
last year.
they
played in it last year with Edie.
Yeah, played last year with Edie and got bounced. So I don't know if they had been to one before that.
Losers.
Well, again,
Gene Katie never got him to the final.
I don't think. Not that I remember. I don't ever remember.
Did his toupee ever lead them to the final?
It's possible.
Was it a toupee or was it a comb over?
Oh, I think that was a toupee. That was a rug, bro.
Yeah.
The other thing about Houston, their celebrity posse was pretty strong. They have Jim Nantz.
Yeah.
Because he's a Houston guy.
Yeah, he was wearing the lucky sweatshirt.
Yeah, and then you have Carl Lewis was over there. Did you see that?
I didn't realize that Carl Lewis was a Houston Cougar.
And now apparently they're track and field coach. I learned on the broadcast last night.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Remember that time they hired Clyde Drexler to be their basketball coach?
And then it turned out that Clyde didn't want to coach because
New fun game. What was Clyde Drexler's record at Houston?
He's only there for a year or 2, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. I know he wasn't long.
Did he win more or less than 40% of his games?
Less. I think he was in my mind, I remember him being a disaster.
Okay. Let's go look it up.
But this idea, by the way, that somehow it's shameful, like, to never have won a title. I wanted to look this up. So, Kansas has won 4. So
yeah.
So teams that have won more than 3.
Hell yeah.
Care to take a guess?
UCLA, Duke, Carolina, Kansas. That might be it.
There's 7.
Who are the other
7 teams? So
three?
UCLA, Kentucky, UConn, Carolina,
Kentucky.
Duke, Indiana, Kansas.
Oh yeah.
So even if you want to go 3,
Wait. Who are the other 3? UConn, Kentucky, and who else?
UCLA has the most.
Yes.
Kentucky.
Yes.
Then UConn, North Carolina.
Yes.
Duke.
Keep going.
Indiana.
Okay.
Kansas.
There we go.
So you throw Florida now, they just won their third in Villanova. There are 9 schools that have ever won more than 2 NCAA titles. It's really hard to win freaking NCAA championships. I mean, and outside of that, so that would be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's only 13 teams that have ever won 2.
That's why it hurts so much when you get there, Mark Few, and you lose.
Yeah, because it's right there.
Or Kelvin Sampson, and you lose.
Yeah. There's just a lot. I mean, think about all the programs. So we went through the ones that have won multiple, that have won 4. Then you throw Florida, Villanova, Cincinnati, Louisville, Michigan State, NC State, Oklahoma State, that have all won 2. And by the way, that's obviously in the olden days. So look at how many really good programs have won 1 or none. I mean, it's the vast majority of schools.
Clyde Drexler at Houston, 19 wins, 39 losses. Winning percentage of 32.7%. He went 7-25 in good old Conference USA.
Well, it turns out that he didn't want to coach. He didn't want to recruit. He didn't want to do much of anything. He just wanted to kind of say that he was the head coach.
Well, he likes to golf.
Yeah, he likes to golf. I can appreciate that, but turns out being a college coach, Doug Gottlieb should look into this. Turns out being a college coach harder than you think. Kind of takes a time commitment. What was Doug Gottlieb's record this year?
Not good. I think they won 2. They win 2? 3?
I know they had a 19.
I think they won at least 2. I think they won maybe upwards of 3.
Did they get hot?
They had a 19-game losing streak at one point, which I find hilarious because Doug Gottlieb's a douche, and that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard is that someone gave him a
4-28.
They got to 4.
They got to 4. Yeah, they finished the year 2-4.
So is he fired next year?
No, they already said they're bringing him back.
They love him there.
I'm saying after next year when he wins 4 more games.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. It's insane. Go away, Doug.
But he's won 2 of his last 6.
He's red hot and
so they were 2-24.
Yeah. And now
then they heat. You know what's funny is they were 2-3.
Oh.
And then, at the start of the season.
And then it kind of went downhill.
Then they got to 2-2
at that program.
Why would you go play for him?
You wouldn't. Which is why he's going to win 4 games next year again.
I guess he can offer you like playing time.
I guess.
Nobody else wants to come here. You should come here. We'll give you 40 minutes.
I'm guessing they don't have a robust NIL. Waiting for Gottlieb to blame NIL or lack thereof about why they suck.
Okay, last thing from last night, and I read about this morning, and it's great. We have a new sports curse next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is back.
Good protection, wide open. Sadiq inside of the 5, hurdles his way into the end zone.
Join us Saturday, April 26th at 1 p.m. as the Ducks preview the 2025 season with their spring football game. The Ducks play here Saturday, April 26th at 1 p.m. on your home for Oregon Ducks football. 10 a.m.
Oh God, yeah, that mugshot is rough.
Colt Lyerla.
Yeah, I was gonna say like both of those guys just. How do you say it? Just everything you could want out of a future and an athlete, and
whoa,
they couldn't get out of their
That's
own way.
real?
Yeah,
That's his mugshot?
That's the
Yeah, that
mugshot.
was when he got arrested after trying to like set fire to grass in a median between like in the middle of traffic. Like
Good
I mean, he
grief.
like I said, I think he suffered some sort of mental break and got into a really rough space.
Yeah, it's a rough go. Well, hopefully, he can. Hopefully, he's somewhere and is cleaning himself up. And Ryan Leaf went through that stuff, and you fall in some hard times, and occasionally you can bounce your way back. But it's a tough hole.
So we have a new curse in sports, and it's great.
And that is
from last night's game. Houston lost.
Mhm.
Houston, I don't know if you know this. It is in Texas.
I am familiar.
They have a senator in Texas named Ted Cruz.
The old basketball ring, Ted.
And he was there last night.
Yeah.
And the reports are, and this is uncorroborated because it's become a thing on social media, but nobody can really string together the full list. But the report is that in the last 18 sporting events that he has attended, 16 teams that he is supporting lost.
He's the new Drake?
Yes.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, because Drake had that for a while. If Drake shows up in your uniform, you're going down.
2-16. They are claiming that the Astros were 0-5 in home games that he attended in the 2023 playoffs.
And a lot of them were big games, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, because he only goes to the big games.
Exactly. Why would you show up? He's not a fan. He just shows up to glad hand and be like, hey, look at me.
So last night is one. He was there. Texas A&M lost to Notre Dame this season in college football. He was there. The Astros lost to the Tigers last year. I don't remember what round that was. He was there. Texas football losing to Ohio State in the college football playoff this year. Was that the college football playoff?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Texas football losing to Washington in the college football playoff. Dr. Ted was there.
Yeah.
The Rockets Game 7 loss to the Warriors in 2018.
He was there.
He was there. Texas Tech's title game against Virginia in 2019. He somehow was rooting for them.
I love this.
And they lost.
This makes me happy.
He claims, though, that he was at the Texas USC Vince Young game.
But we have no proof of that.
He claims he was there.
Yeah.
He said, why don't you bring that up?
Oh.
And then the 1994 Rockets title victory, he claims he was there for that, too. And this is confirmed. He was at 2 Astros games where they won the World Series.
Okay.
So those are the 2.
right.
So he is 2-16 in his last 18 games, to the point where the people at the Longhorn fans
They're like, just stay away.
were there's a petition that began to get him to stop coming to their games.
Maybe the Minister of Culture can do something about that, but McConaughey just tells him no.
That makes me happy. It makes me happy when old Ted Cruz in the basketball ring. There is nothing more annoying than a politician that has no idea what's going on, tries to claim some sort of loyalty to your sports team. Yeah, just one of you just can't wait to see them put that basketball in the old ring. Good one, Ted.
So if you run against him, now that this is out there,
you use it,
and
right?
that's your platform, don't you think you win?
100%.
In Texas?
They care about their sports in Texas.
I mean, all of them. It's A&M, it's
Every
Texas
time
Tech.
this guy shows up, he's a freaking disease.
It's Texas, it's the Astros, it's
Has there
the
not
Rockets.
been a Cowboys game big enough for him to attend?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was wondering that. I'm guessing that's on the list too.
It's got to be somewhere.
Yeah. You would figure he would have shown up at one of those Cowboy games. Not many playoff games, but when you're there, they lose.
Especially a primetime one, like a Sunday Night Football or Monday Night Football.
That's got to hurt a little bit if you're known as the curse.
Well, and he's real sensitive about it.
Oh, he's sensitive about everything.
What if he shows up and starts cheering for your kid's youth baseball team? Do you have to
Get out of
escort him out of there?
Yeah, you kick him out.
Go over to him. You're like, hey,
Look,
Ted,
we can't have you here,
We
Ted.
appreciate that. We're just gonna need you to.
Could you root for the other team, please?
Oh, there you go. Maybe do a reverse jinx sort of thing. Start showing up in the non-Texas gear. Doesn't he wear boots and stuff too? He's that guy.
Well, yeah, he's Texan.
He wears boots.
Except I think he went to
He's a
Ivy League school.
Yeah, I think he's a Yale or a Harvard guy. But he's Texas through and through. He's got his beard now to let you know.
He's getting kind of chubby too. I noticed.
yeah.
Old Ted.
Yeah. By the way, he was born in Canada, for God's sakes.
What? And we're allowing this?
He was born in the Foothills Medical Center in Calgary, Canada.
Really?
Yeah.
He's barely even American.
Harvard Law School. Yeah.
Yeah, he went to Harvard.
He went to Harvard and Princeton. So just God, I love it.
That blows me away.
I love it when people try to play the everyman. Oh, I'm just like you. Blue collar. Princeton and Harvard. Yeah, he graduated from Princeton and then went to Harvard Law.
So you pay for a property and you pay the taxes on that property. Should you be able to decide what happens with your trees?
I would certainly hope so.
That's next on In the News. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, some shocking news in the association today is the Denver Nuggets have fired head coach Michael Malone at the end of his 10th season with the franchise. Denver currently holds the 4 seed in the Western Conference playoff picture. David Adelman will take over head coaching duties in the interim. The Nuggets will also part ways with GM Calvin Booth. On the college hardwood, Texas guard Trey Johnson is declared for the NBA draft. He's a projected top 10 to top 5 overall pick. The Mariners will be without Victor Robles for the foreseeable future. The outfielder suffering a fracture in his shoulder over the weekend in San Francisco. Robles will miss at least 12 weeks and may be lost for the entire season. And the M's host the Astros at T-Mobile again tonight. Luis Castillo gets the ball for Seattle. Framber Valdez toes the rubber for Houston. First pitch from Soto at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7.
Well, he was an attorney at one point.
Was he? You said
went to Harvard Law.
Maybe he needs an advocate for the slander coming his way.
I like where we're going with this, except I don't want Ted Cruz to win anything because I think he's a douche. So let's just focus on suing Ted Cruz. So if you want to sue Ted Cruz, you know who's not going to be afraid of Harvard Law? Donikin and the Advocates.
Today you'll find this out on In the News, which is coming up next, coincidentally.
I love In the News.
Today is International Be Kind to Lawyers Day.
Oh, there you go.
So maybe
hug
we should
Donikin
be nice
the next time you see him.
Well, maybe you should be nice to Ted Cruz for a day. Although he's not really a lawyer now. You know?
Yeah.
But
I
Donikin...
guess everyone deserves to be treated nicely.
Yeah, I guess. I begrudgingly agree with you.
Let's go with that.
Yeah, Donikin, they're great. Personal injury attorneys don't have to pay them a dime until they win your case. They don't get paid. So consultations are free. Go with them. If you've been injured, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Go look at their website, advocateslaw.com. What's It is time now for In the News. I am your noted newsman. Hello, and thank you. Thank you so much, America. Please be seated.
You got it.
It is brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. And as stated, today is International Be Kind to Lawyers Day.
There you go. My father was an attorney.
Be kind to him.
Retired.
But only today.
He was a prosecutor, though. So
yeah, let's do that.
He did not defend people.
He prosecuted them.
He prosecuted them, yes. For the state of Alaska. That's the only job he ever had. He had one job his entire life.
There's also Dog Farting Awareness Day.
I've had bulldogs, and let me tell you, you get a bulldog, just be prepared. The Akita now, he's not really a farty guy. Once in a blue moon, but man, the two bulldogs, they would go at it.
Isn't it cute when you see the dog learn that it farted?
Yeah.
But it doesn't really know.
It's just looking around.
It's just like, well, like they startle themselves with their fart.
Yeah.
And they look behind them like, what was that?
What?
That's one of my favorite things about dogs.
Yeah.
It's one of my top 5 favorite things about dogs.
Dogs are great. They're simply the best.
Well, you pay for a property. You buy it with your hard-earned radio money.
Yeah.
You pay your property taxes with your hard-earned radio money.
Mm-hmm.
Should you be able to decide what happens with the trees on said property?
Now, I would like to say yes, but I know this for a fact that the answer to that is no, you cannot.
Believe it or not, the answer is no.
Yeah.
The city of Portland has been sued for $4.7 million after refusing a permit for a tree that later fell on a family's home.
Yeah. By the way, the photo is quite startling. It's a massive
Big tree.
Yep.
In 2022, the Southwest Portland family had applied for a tree removal permit.
Denied.
The city denied it. Basically, they said the tree was diseased. The city came out and looked at it, and apparently he spent like 10 minutes there. He's like, yeah, it's not diseased.
Oh, that's fine.
And that was the crux of it. And then 2 years later, a storm brought it down onto their house.
Yeah.
The tree.
My saving grace is I'm right off a main road, but my mom, who lives on they lived on a main road, and she was on a fixed income. She was in the house that I grew up in. And on McGilvery there in Vancouver, which is a main road, you cannot touch your trees. And she had a tree root that went through and ruptured her sewer line.
Oh, dear.
To the tune of like $10,000. And so the guy that came out was like, by the way, this is going to happen again. And we went to the city to ask them if on our own dime, if we could remove the tree. And they were like, yeah, no.
This was Vancouver?
Vancouver.
Wow. So it's not just Portland.
No, it is definitely a thing where the city tells you no. And they're like, what?
Well, why did they say no about that?
Because that main road, it's something about the beautification. Like you can't take out the trees and all that. And it's a whole process to apply. And even if you get approval, you still have to plant a new one. I mean, the cost is astronomical, and you have to use their tree service in order to remove it. So even to remove it would have cost like 15, 20. I mean, it was ridiculous by the time you removed it. And we were still willing to do it. And they told us no, even though that tree had caused massive damage. And we were told that the roots of the tree were going to continue to cause damage. It had already pulled up the sidewalk. It was cracking the foundation. And they were like, oh.
Need I remind you?
Unwelcome sight in the neighborhood. A developer is being greedy.
Yeah. Need I remind you?
There's a hole in the sky where a tree once stood.
We don't need a hole in the sky.
No, we don't.
Your mom's
Well, apparently the city of Vancouver agrees.
Such a life and sound. All that's left is bare muddy ground.
See, bare muddy ground. We can't have that.
Tree was murdered. The mighty dollar.
Isn't it crazy though that you could have a
down.
tree destroying the foundation of your home, and the city can look at you and be like, nah, screw you.
I had to get some trees removed on our property, and luckily I was within it was too close to the house.
Yeah.
So they'll let you take it out.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people just take them out.
Yeah.
They don't. I mean.
But when you live on a main road like that, where it's
they're
a little
gonna
harder.
notice.
When you're tucked back in neighborhoods, you don't ask permission. You just you just
Whoops!
go,
What happened to my tree out there?
Blew down in a storm.
Well, anyway, the city says they're not liable because they said that if the tree were diseased, like the family said, it would have fallen down years ago.
Oh. By the way, I'm siding with I hope they get the $4.7 million.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
well, here's the dude. The people are like, dude, this is an unhealthy tree. It's not safe. Let us take it down. The city says no, and then it falls on your house. F you, city. Give
but
them their
they're
money.
saying it has to fall on your house within a certain time frame.
Jeez Louise.
And they also did not reapply for an appeal to the decision
because they were told. So this is
right.
what. So
and
what
that's what their attorney said. They didn't want to pay the extra $200 just for the city to tell them no again.
You already told us no. What do you want me to do? So here's the thing. So now the city is saying, yeah, when we tell you no, it's now your responsibility to spend more money to get told no again. F that.
Well, that's a tough spot because it's like they come by and say, no, you can't take out that tree. And then you're like, well, it's like the sword of Damocles hanging over our house. Yep. I'm taking out the damn tree. You're in trouble either way. Either the tree's falling on your house, which it did, or you take it out, you're getting a massive
And it is
fine.
a massive fine. Ooh, they warned us when we went through this, dude, they absolutely warned my mother that the fine and then you still have to replant. I mean, it's serious coin.
That's a rough story.
Yeah.
They're going to get something out
I
of
hope
that.
so. I hope they get the $4.7 million. Screw that.
Now all these people are going to start, like, anybody with a denied tree permit's going to, like, put the tree on their house.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it fell.
Well, it's all fun and games until you're in the house. I have two massive
that's the other thing
evergreens.
about this story. They said that it was 6 feet from killing one of their kids.
I was going to say, I have two massive trees in my yard, and when the wind starts howling, it scares me to death.
I know.
That one of those things is going to come down. I think about it all the time.
Well, it's like around here, you got all these huge trees. You look around, like you say, today it was very windy.
Yep.
And you look up at the top of them, and you're like, how do more of these not just come down all the time?
Yeah.
And I know, we get tree damage, but you look at it's amazing how sturdy some of those things are.
But I've also had two of the smaller trees that were probably 40 feet. I've had two of those since I've lived there for 10 years, basically crack in half. And luckily they were on kind of the edges to where it didn't hit my house, but I've had shed damage and I've had to cut those two trees down. And I think about that. If the 40-foot ones can come down, why can't the 75-footers come down? And if one of those comes down, dude, my house is gone. That thing, yet there's nothing you can do. There's no way they would let you take those out.
The PP pirate has struck again.
Oh, man.
Jace.
Yeah, leaving the...
Same neighborhood.
leaving the pea containers. I'm fascinated by this.
Yeah, this is...
I want to know why.
Really annoying. Mysterious bottles of what appear to be urine are repeatedly being left in recycle bins in a northeast Portland neighborhood. The first guy we told you about, Alex Van Dunn, we talked about him last week.
Yeah.
Now we've got a woman in the same neighborhood who had the same thing happen to her.
It makes no sense.
First
off, why are you peeing in jugs?
Gallon-sized bottles of pee-pee.
Yeah, which means you're storing your pee for a significant period of time, and then why are you putting them in people's recycling?
In this instance, the same number of bottles were left, the same number of bottles, or some of the bottles were the same kind of bottles, which was whole milk bottles. They happened in the same neighborhood, and they were all put in the recycling bin, not in the garbage can.
Just makes no sense.
Yeah, it's a caper.
Yeah, it is a caper. It's like the poo guy, right?
Yeah.
We had the person coming along and taking dumpers.
On cars.
Yeah. So, this is stranger than that one. I mean, this is like a real premeditated thing. You're just storing up massive amounts of pee.
Yeah, but if they find out who it is, are they really going to get arrested for that? Surely they'll find something.
I don't know if you get arrested, but I mean, you're gonna pay a significant fine. Is it? I don't know if that's a felony to leave pee. At least they're not dumping it. It's in nice containers.
Well, the last time we talked about this, didn't we learn that it's legal to put it in the garbage can, but not the recycle bin?
Yeah, you can't do the recycling thing. It's a little weird either way.
What if you just pull it out and pee all over, like the yard debris can?
I don't think you can just pee wherever you want.
Well, how are they gonna know?
I don't think that's a thing. You can't. You can't just whip it out and drop trout wherever you feel like. You can't.
All right.
I mean, I pee in my backyard a lot, but occasionally the front yard. That's at night. You know. No harm, no foul.
Well, it is a weird move, like just putting gallons of pee and that's.
It's a weird move of collecting gallons of pee.
Yeah.
How many times do you have to pee into that to like? You're saving up your pee for like a week.
Just pee on the bushes, man.
Exactly. It's not that hard to get rid of pee.
What if it's a woman?
Nah, that's not a woman. That's exclusive.
No chance.
No chance. There's no way a woman can collect her pee. They're not that accurate. Was she using a funnel?
Maybe a funnel. Yeah,
That's
you
a
could
man.
use one of those
dude,
oil.
no woman ever collects her pee. That's 100% a man's game.
Has a woman ever collected her urine?
No, it's exclusively a man's game.
Well, what if they have to give a urine sample?
Yeah.
Of course they have.
Yeah, how do women do that? How do they pee in the cup?
Again, I think they use the funnel. For the.
No, they just put their. They just right
They
down
use
in
a
there.
shiwi.
Get right down in there.
You seen those?
Yeah, I've seen the shiwi.
Yeah. Trust me. Fecal and pee collection, that's a man's game.
All right, do you have your real ID?
Yes,
That's
I do.
next on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
I'm just going through those last two possessions more than anything else. It's incomprehensible in that situation. We couldn't get a shot. Gotta get a shot. We're down 2, and obviously we didn't need a 3.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, you think that's going to haunt Kelvin Sampson's
He
for a
said,
while?
you got to get a shot.
Incomprehensible.
Yeah, no kidding. Is he blaming Sharp there?
It's a little weird.
He's kind of... Because Sharp was the culprit in both instances.
Yeah, although, as you pointed out earlier, it was 4 possessions they didn't get
It
a
was
shot.
4. He said 2.
It's going to haunt him for a while.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus pay nothing until 2027 right now at Window Nation. Also a free entry door when you buy a house of windows, 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
The home of dirty.
Yeah.
Still kicking?
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't look. Yeah, no, he's alive. He doesn't look that much different than he used to.
He also does not look like his voice.
No.
Not at all.
You know?
He looks like he should be like
He looks
in
like
a.
a Buck, kind of.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
he looks like a Flogging Molly like cover band or like maybe Dropkick Murphys.
What?
He's got the voice of an angel though.
Sure does. This is in the news, April 8, 2025. As of Monday, you have exactly 1 month to get your real ID. Starting May 7th, federal agencies like TSA will be prohibited from accepting state-issued cards that do not meet the requirement for air travel.
You can't just bring your passport if you have that.
Yeah, my wife gets on me about this because my license expired. I don't remember, I guess I could look, but a year or two ago.
It's on your birthday, by the way.
No, I know, but I don't remember what year.
Yeah.
And I think it was I think it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
And I just went and got a new license, and I didn't get the real ID.
Ah.
And she's like, "What are you doing?" Because they've been talking about this for years.
Long time.
And I'm like, "Well, I have a passport." She's like, "But then you have to take your
Then
passport."
you have to haul the passport, even if you're flying to like Salina, Kansas.
Yeah. Okay. Doesn't bother me all that much.
Well, it's kind of inconvenient, you know.
Is it?
I have my appointment next Friday at the DMV.
Oh, look at you. You have an appointment.
Yeah.
Because they're saying now that lines are 4 hours long in some
That's
at some
why you get an
DMVs.
appointment.
Yeah, you get the appointment.
Well, I told her I'd just wait until after all these people have gone through, and
Well,
I'll
but
get
that's-
it eventually.
But that's if you show up and just raw dog it. But like, you know, you can make an appointment for 10 and you show up at 10 and there you go. And there was no difference. It just it cost, I think in Washington it was like $80 more, I think, to get the real ID, something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, and I think I want to say maybe you had to go in to get the real ID.
Yes, you couldn't
Yeah,
renew it.
and
You
I
had to
didn't.
go.
That's why I didn't go. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get the regular one because you can do it by mail.
Yeah.
And then I'll just take my pasaporta.
Yeah.
And
No,
so
they-
that's what I'm gonna do.
I did.
You have a problem!
My wife has a major problem with
I can see
with
that.
how I went about this.
Yeah.
How
It's
about that,
weird,
boo-boo?
sort of the hardline stances that spouses will take on certain things.
Yeah.
Mine expired in December, so I went and got one, and I was like, why not? What the hell? A couple extra bucks, here we go, and thanks for coming. By the way, did you now know you need a visa to go to Mexico?
Yeah.
You can't just roll into Mexico anymore.
Yeah, they don't want us down there.
No, I'm waiting for that to happen north of the border as well. It's getting a little harder to go to go north and south. Getting a little sticky. I wonder why.
All right. God. What a day.
You all right?
You know? We won the natty!
You exhausted over there?
What a day. That is in the news.
There have been a variety of
Oh.
proposals.
Thank you, Raj. That is in the news April 8, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Up next, I believe we are ready for the Hot 5 at 5. We have tea times for the Masters. We have bad news for the Mariners and BYU.
Yeah.
And another coach fired in the NBA.
I think now 5 of 7 championship coaches
Fired.
gone.
So we'll get to all of that next on The Fan.
What's up, baseball fans? Go Yard
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with the Sports Center update first on The Fan. Stunning news in the association today as the Denver Nuggets have fired head coach Michael Malone at the end of his 10th season with the franchise. Denver currently in the 4th seed in the Western Conference playoff scenario. David Adelman will take over head coaching duties in the interim. The Nuggets will also part ways with GM Calvin Booth. On the college hardwood, Texas guard Trey Johnson is declared for the NBA draft. He's a projected top 10 to top 5 overall pick. The Mariners are going to be without Victor Robles for the foreseeable future. The outfielder suffered a fracture in his shoulder over the weekend. He'll miss at least 12 weeks and may be gone for the entire season. The M's host the Astros again tonight at T-Mobile. Luis Castillo getting the ball for Seattle. Framber Valdez toes the rubber for Houston first pitch from T-Mobile at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanet.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little, what is today, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Today is a Tuesday.
Tuesday.
There you go.
Week's going slow. You know, you got to get to Thursday, Masters Week.
Then
it just
you're fine.
can't come fast. Yeah, once you're at Thursday.
Par 3 doesn't do anything for you?
Nothing. Until Tony Finau twists his ankle.
Dude, that thing looked brutal when he did that. Looked like he broke it.
He dislocated it.
Dislocated it.
Yeah, breaks his leg off.
Whoops. Tiger Woods style.
Hope you're having a nice, juicy little Tuesday. I am Rob. Big Sook's right over there.
Right here.
Look at him. Now, he is spreading fear. A lot of you are upset about the Mexico visa commentary from Big Sook.
And why is that?
Well, it's only you have to be over there for 180 days or more to have a visa.
Oh.
So you don't have to have a visa to
You
just...
do not need one to go travel?
No, not...
I've been misinformed.
You have been. Reading your fake news.
Fake news.
Yeah, so if you're staying for over 180 days, you need a visa in Mexico.
Well, don't you need a visa anywhere that you're going to stay for 180 days?
Yeah, that's why, it's like kind of not a thing, which is why the listeners are mad at you for spreading your fake news.
Fake news.
Although I agreed with you. I was like, yeah, you got a visa.
Well, I had a buddy that was going down there, and he goes, do you know I got to get a visa now? I was like, what? He goes, yeah. He's like, I got to get a visa. And I was like, oh.
Well, how long is he going?
I don't think
he must be going for...
I don't think for 180 days.
Well, then he doesn't
I wouldn't assume.
He should talk to us.
Well,
he does. He should get his news from us.
Look at this moron.
He probably watches Fox News. That's probably what he watches.
Wouldn't you get it from... Would they report that?
I love Tesla.
Well, who doesn't love Tesla?
All right. Oh, hey, Pete, Masters Pete.
Yeah.
He's getting his own little shout out here. It's his 64th birthday.
Oh.
And he's on his way out to the Masters right as we speak.
Masters
Listening to our show.
Going to the Masters.
You old bastard, you're lucky to be alive. But have fun out there.
Yeah. Not too
and he
much.
Doesn't even like golf.
Not too much. Then why is he going to the Masters?
Well, he's got a buddy. His buddy was the Georgia tennis
coach.
Women's tennis coach.
That's how he got the Masters connection.
They're buddies. Yeah, and he gets the tickets. And
so
then,
he doesn't even care about golf, so he's just...
I think he likes to go, but no, he's not a huge golf fan.
Interesting.
I would imagine you wouldn't have to be a huge golf fan to have a pretty great time there.
Right.
See, I don't know. I would think that if you weren't a golf fan, you may find that whole thing to be pompous and kind of dumb.
Maybe, but I think if you're the type that likes a kind of a fanciful party or a nice cocktail situation, like there's like a culture there that goes with it that makes it's like the Kentucky Derby or something like that.
I'm guessing that could go. That could go either way because, dude, the Masters thinks a lot of the Masters, and I could see where someone would be like, seriously, like tone it down a notch.
This is it?
Yeah. Like if you aren't into golf, you're like, oh my God, take the cob out of your ass.
Well, I think once you're on the ground, like if you're watching the tournament, it's pretty no frills.
Yeah.
Like there's not a lot of pomp and circumstance, man. They just want you to watch the golf.
Yeah.
And put your phone away.
You need to get the cob out of your ass.
Which they make you do.
I'm just saying, that's what my point is. If you're not a golf fan, I wonder if you're kind of bored. I don't know.
Well, the real test of that would be taking my wife.
Yes, that would be the true test.
Because she knows how much I love it, and I've told her all about it.
And would she go there and be like, what are you
God,
doing?
this is boring.
It's like when you show...
Because she's been to golf tournaments.
Yeah,
Like,
and is bored to tears?
Well, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine she likes it.
Well, she should never go, because there's nothing worse than when you're hyped up about something and then you try to share it with a buddy or a significant other or your kid.
You like that? You like that?
And they take a big do all over it.
She would never do that. She would just, she'd be like, oh, this is great. And in her mind, she'd be like, God,
I'm glad you love this. It's not for me.
You're a loser. Yeah. She'd support me. As any good partner would.
But you could tell that she was having a miserable time, and then you start to press. You're like, hey, isn't this great?
God, look at that
Isn't
shot.
this the best time ever? And they're like, yeah.
Look at that shot. What?
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 It's like going to a farmer's market, and you have to pretend, oh, yes.
Yeah.
Awesome,
hey, I've been
man.
there.
I've
been there.
I love it.
I hate strolling through
I'm
those.
just going to sit over here. Hope that I get an aneurysm. I'm good.
Coming up here, what do we got today? Oh, we got to get to the Michael Malone stuff.
Yeah.
Is Chauncey leaving?
Take that L on the way out.
5 of the 7 NBA coaches to have won NBA titles have been fired now. God. Thanks for coming.
What else? Octavio Dotel is dead.
Yeah. Have you seen the video of that?
I have.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
And coming up in the club tonight, you want to go to the Bahamas?
Yes.
You may think twice.
Oh. I like the Bahamas. Not so much anymore?
Not anymore. But right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Dolly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com.
We want the nutty!
Number 5.
Well, the Mariners think outfielder Victor Robles will be out 12 weeks. He has a fracture in his shoulder.
Yeah, they're saying it could be longer, though. They're saying if this thing is problematic, it could be a season-long thing.
Seattle, a very Mariner-y 4-7 right out of the gate.
Hey, inching their way towards that, was it 54%?
The good news is the Astros kind of suck, too. They are 4-6 as they battle tonight up north. Day baseball, the Tigers shut out the Yankees 5-0 behind Tarek Skubal. And Paul Skeen's not pitching all that well tonight. He's losing to the Cards 4-1 in the 6th.
Well, and they stink anyways.
What's up with that?
Can we talk about a
Livy?
team that doesn't stink right now?
Yeah, the Mets won today.
6 in a row. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Get cocky.
Oh, I am.
That always works out well for you. Dodgers are losing again. They're down 8-1 to the Nats in the 5th.
Dude, that division is nuts. The Padres, the Giants, and the Dodgers all like, what, 9-2, 9-3, something like that?
Look at those Giants, the little engine that could.
Hey, by the way, are they at all good, or is this
Number
just a
4.
product of their...
Nah, I don't think they're very good.
No.
Former MLB pitcher Octavio Dotel, dead at the age of 51. He was one of 44 killed when the roof collapsed on a nightclub in the Dominican Republic.
That number now up to 58.
Dude, it's terrifying. I mean, there's video all over the internet where it's just, you can see the people performing on the stage, and then it goes.
They were able to pull him from the rubble, but he succumbed to his injuries. He
Now
pitched for 13 teams in 15 seasons.
Yeah, former
Did you know that?
Met and Royal and Yankee.
And Astro and
Astro.
Cardinal and who else did he pitch for?
Lots of places.
Pirates.
And then also the sister of Nelson Cruz also was lost in
What?
that. Yeah. So they're now the latest, at least 66 people dead, 160 injured, and several others they said, I guess they're expecting as they're sifting through rubble, more will be lost. So just terrible news.
Number 3.
Tee times are set for the Masters. Defending champ Scotty Scheffler paired with Justin Thomas and amateur Jose Luis Ballesta. Do you think that's right?
Don't do that, Jason.
I think that's right. Never heard of him, though.
No.
They'll fire at 10:15 a.m. on Thursday, 1:15 p.m. on Friday.
Fire away, big boy!
Rory McIlroy, Ludwig Oberg, and Akshay Bhatia go off at 1:12 Thursday and then 10 a.m. Friday. Another cool group. You got Hideki Matsuyama with Bryson DeChambeau and Shane Lowry.
Oh, that's fun.
And you have John Rahm, Wyndham Clark, and Tommy Fleetwood. The last back-to-back Masters winner was Tiger Woods in 2001 and 2002. And if Scheffler wins, it would make 3 out of 4 green jackets.
Yeah, that's an impressive little run then. Is Scheffler the odds-on favorite?
He is. Very much.
Number two.
BYU freshman point guard Igor Demin will enter the NBA draft.
Yeah, there was some hope because, I mean, you talk about this all the time. He was supposed to be like a top 3 or 4 pick in the draft, and dude, having watched him all year, let me tell you right now, that's 2 thumbs. Meh.
Yeah, but he showed signs, though.
He showed signs.
You can see the talent.
And he's 6'9", and so
yeah, he played. Yeah, he's a point guard, but he's 6'9".
No.
Interesting player. He's 4th in the Big 12 in assists. He is a top 15 prospect. The SEC loses Freshman of the Year Trey Johnson from Texas. He has entered the draft. Some people project him a top 5 pick, although the Blazers probably have their eye on him as he is an undersized guard. Am I wrong?
No, we're focused on the Conca nipple. Come on.
Also turning pro is Michigan State freshman Jace Richardson. He's a projected lottery pick. And Arizona State transfer Jaden Quaintance is one of the top targets in the portal in the country. He has chosen Kentucky.
And we were talking. Remember, we were watching that Crown tournament, the big French. What was
Maxime Loguet.
Yeah, we were watching the Crown tournament, and we were like, "Where the hell has this guy been?" He played
Oregon State.
Yeah, he played like 4 games all year for the Beavs.
He's leaving.
It turns out he's gone.
The era has become.
This is why you don't play in those tournaments.
We hardly knew ye. Yeah. The situation in Denver, they say, has been tense all season. Now the Nuggets have lost 10 of 18. They have dipped to 4th in the West. And for that, Coach Michael Malone and GM Calvin Booth both fired.
Well, although Booth, they're saying they're not firing him. They're just not going to. His contract's up at the end of the year, and they're like, we will not be renewed. So I guess him and Malone they called it a Cold War with each other.
Interim coach will be David Adelman, son of Rick. Rumor has it Chance may be headed home to take over the Nuggets, but nothing is official there.
No. Can we just swap? Can we take Mike Malone's red ass here?
I'd take that here in Portland.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. Bring him in and have him yell at some people.
Nope.
Supposedly that was what lit a fire under Scoot's ass, was Chauncey Billups, lighting him up. So bring in Mike Malone. He'll yell at some people.
There's your Hot 5 at 5, brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, 19 locations across Oregon and Washington, now in Lacamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. Yeah, let's do Coach Swap. Let's talk about it next on The Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people, it's like Woodstock.
But I mentioned he played for 13 teams.
I just remember him throwing really hard.
Hard and straight, I think.
Career ERA 3.78, 1,100 strikeouts. He was mainly a reliever.
Yeah.
He only started 34 games.
See, I don't remember him starting at all. I remember him almost exclusively as a reliever.
Yeah, so he started with the Mets. You guys signed him out of wherever he's from. I think the Dominican. He was part of the well, that would stand to reason.
Yeah.
He was just there. He was then part of the Derek Bell, Mike Hampton trade with your New York Mets.
Yeah, because he was with Houston for all those years.
That's how they got him to Houston.
Yep.
And you guys got Mike Hampton. That didn't work out too well for you.
Nah. It's a long, illustrious list of pitchers that come there. And
he was then traded by the Astros as part of the Carlos Beltran to Houston deal. He went to the A's.
Okay.
Then he's a free agent. Yankees signed him. Free agent. Royals signed him. Traded by the Royals to the Braves. Free agent. White Sox signed him. Free agent. Pirates signed him. Traded by the Pirates to the Dodgers. Traded by the Dodgers to the Rockies. Free agent. Signed by the Jays. Traded by the Jays to the Cardinals. Free agent. Signed with the Tigers. Free agency. And by God, nobody wanted him.
It's a hell of a career, though. 18 years?
And he won a title.
Who do you win with the World Series with?
Guess.
It wasn't around for those Astros ones, right?
No.
I'm getting Yankees, maybe?
Cardinals.
Oh, the Cardinals.
2011?
11?
David Freese?
11? He was on that team.
Maybe. I'm going to see career earnings because you played 18 years.
I thought it was 15 years.
9 and 9, I think I saw on the. So although maybe some of those were half season, like split during trades, because he said he spent 9 years in the AL, 9 years in the NL.
And he was mostly a reliever. I'm going to say only about 22 million, maybe 28 million.
40.8 million.
40 million.
So I'm guessing in the Dominican Republic that goes very, very far.
Well, the Nuggets have fired their coach.
Yeah.
Michael Malone is out.
Because nothing sparks a playoff run quite like firing your coach. Go ask the Memphis Grizzlies.
Well, I saw Shams talking about that, and he said, look, he's like, these teams knew they were going to move on from their coach anyway.
Yeah.
And so all they're trying to do is light a spark under the players for maybe to salvage the season because, with NBA teams, apparently with Denver, even though we all think Denver's great and Jokic is great and they won the title and Malone's excellent and whatever, apparently there had just been all sorts of tension all season.
Well, they got bludgeoned by the Blazers, and then that was Malone came out and was calling out players and said some of the players were on a bunch of BS, and I guess they had a huge fight over him and the GM over roster construction and letting some of the vets go who helped them win the title and relying on younger players and. It's insane. So I guess this was just a giant pissy match, and they just were like, you know what, we're done with this crap. You're gone. The GM isn't coming back. And like you said, I mean, they're fourth right now, a game behind the Lakers, but they're also a game back of being in the play-in.
I know.
So, and they've lost 4 in a row, and this also might be the case of if Jokic was pissed at him, then maybe that was just the end of it. Because
you got it. Yeah, if that hasn't come out yet, has it?
Not that I've seen, but Jokic, I saw some clips of Jokic the last couple of games who normally isn't like this, being real pissy and moany on the bench.
Look, if that's the case, you got to fire Malone.
Yes.
Because the other thing is that Nuggets fans are terrified now that Jokic is going to ask out.
Yeah. So,
and can you imagine Jokic being traded?
Well, he's the best player in the NBA, and
he'll go to the Lakers.
He led you to a title. I'm looking here. They have him. Looks like they have him for 2 more years, and then he's got a player option. But in the NBA, you can force your way out of anything. But yeah, it's just it's weird that the winningest coach in Memphis Grizzlies history and the winningest coach in Denver Nuggets history just got the axe right before the playoffs.
Yeah, they had some drama.
Yep.
So, and the West is wild. I mean, you look at the Lakers down to the Grizzlies. Mm-hmm. Lakers, Nuggies, Clippers,
3 through 8.
Warriors, Timberwolves, and Grizzlies are all separated by 2 games.
Yes.
Which is pretty cool. Like it's April 8th, And the NBA finally has our attention.
Not in the East, but certainly in the West.
No, in the East, it's the final week of the NBA season. There's, nothing cool ever really happens.
No.
But look, that is, there's some good teams in there.
Yeah.
3 through 8.
But just the idea, I mean, it's like, I remember when Denver won their title, and Murray's young, and they had they had some guys around there between Jokic and Murray, and then a nice collection of talent between vets and some young guys. Who's the Kansas kid, the white kid who was a rookie?
Christian Brown.
Yeah, Christian Brown. And they had some nice pieces there, and the idea was, oh my God, look out, here comes the next team, and thanks for coming. Same thing with Giannis in Milwaukee. I mean, are those one-offs? Or, is Denver really capable of doing something? I know Jamal Murray's been hurt.
He's always hurt.
But, this is you have the best player in the NBA, period, end of story, in Jokic. And since winning that title, you've done exactly jackass with him. And then there's some people that are critical. I guess they're saying the Denver ownership, they're not willing to go all in. They're not willing to pay the freight to do what it takes to surround him. And they were happy with the one title. And
is that Kroenke?
Yeah, I think Kroenke
does. He still own it?
I think he still owns that. Look that up. Nuggets owner, I believe that is. Yeah, Kroenke Sports and Entertainment. So, it's kind of a weird time right there, because that was always the fear that Giannis would ask out of Milwaukee, and they went and got Dame. That didn't work out. So is it possible that we see in the next year or two, we see Giannis and Jokic both be like, dude, I'm done with this crap. Get me somewhere.
What about Chance to Denver? He's from there.
Yeah.
And it sounds like Chance is going to be on some short lists this offseason, Memphis being one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And Malone to Portland. A little coach swap.
I would do it. Well, Chauncey doesn't want to be here. He just can't. And if he did want to be here, then why wouldn't they announce at the same time that you extended your GM? Like when Denver did this, right? They just came out and said, hey, Malone, you're gone, and the GM isn't coming back. So you signed Cronin to an extension, but you don't hear anything about Chance. And by the way, you played what? You had a 14-game improvement if you don't win another game. 14-game improvement from a roster that you didn't think much about. And Chance's reward for that is you get to play on a 1 year. You get to do it again. Screw that. Dude, if you're Chauncey at that point, you're like, dude, give me my extension, or here's the middle finger and get me the hell out of here. Because remember, he didn't sign up for this. When he came on board, this was the Damian Lillard, we're going all in thing. So, yeah, I can't believe that Chauncey's coming back here, or that he wants anything to do with this. And if the swap is getting rid of Chauncey to bring in Mike Malone, sign me up for it.
Yeah, although I think Malone's going to have plenty of options.
And do you really
Portland's
want to
at the bottom of
Portland? I mean,
although I think the one thing about Chance wanting to stay here is I do think he likes and has told people that he likes the young core.
Yeah. And
he thinks they could turn into a Houston Rockets type of thing.
Yeah.
And so I think that, I mean, when you're in it, you grow attached, so yes, they kind of seem to screw him around a little bit, but I don't think he stays here. I think he's gone. But at the same time, I mean, I think there are reasons why he would want to stay.
Sure. I'm kind of horrified by the way of the future. And not that I don't like Chance. I mean, what he's done has been a great job. You look at the development on some of the guys. I don't know how much credit you give to Chauncey Billups, but they play hard, and this was supposed to be a bad team.
Don't you think a lot of credit
goes
to him?
Yeah, I mean, this was supposed to be one of the worst teams in the NBA, and they were not one of the worst teams in the NBA. And
their
they
win
played
total
hard.
was 6 lower than it was a year ago, and then they outperformed last year by 14, as you said. That's like a 20-game swing.
I mean, it's not like all of a sudden they have all these players that we didn't know they had.
Yeah, it's the
the same group, and they're winning.
He got more out of them.
Yeah, exactly. He got more out of them. It's the best way to say it.
I'm just terrified. This is
not that they're that great.
But. No, and this is why this is my ultimate dread, right? For years, we went through the Damian Lillard stretch. Or like after Roy and Aldridge, we went through the, oh, great, 6th and 8th seed and first round exits, and we're not doing jack crap. And that was when we had legitimate all-stars. You had LaMarcus and you had Damian Lillard. And you had the one conference finals run, and then that was it. Other than that, you were just stuck in purgatory. And so then you move on from that and you say, no more. Like, we're not doing that. We're tearing it down. But you didn't really tear it down. You just got worse. And now you're building it up with the same kind of mediocre. Mediocre is not the right word. Just average guys, like just no star, no one that like blows your hair back, and no star. And now you're going to end up with the 10th pick, which probably isn't going to do much for you. I don't know where you go out in the open market. What do you get for Anthony Simons? What do you get for Jeremy Grant? What do you get for Robert Williams? I can't imagine that that's a massive return. And so are we just rebuilding the same thing that we've had for the last 15 years, but instead of rebuilding around LaMarcus, a great power forward, and Dame, one of the best 75 players of all time, we're now rebuilding around Denny Avia and Kamara and Scoot Henderson? Am I the only one that is absolutely terrified that Chauncey is going to come back, again, improve by 5 or 6 games, be a play-in team, and then just rinse and repeat, and we're back into another 7-year stretch where you never really get any better, and you're just...
What would give you that thought?
It's terrifying. Like, I mean, it just makes no sense.
Well, it makes all the sense.
But you tore it down to rebuild the same thing, but with worse players.
Well, they don't...
We've got to bifurcate those.
They're not trying to get worse players. They just have a bad GM.
So
who they just re-upped. How does this not make sense to you? The organization is bad. This is what bad organizations look like. You guys got to come to grips with this. You just do.
I'm struggling with it right now.
And I get that.
Because next year, if everyone keeps getting better, that this is potentially a play-in team next year, and then everyone's like, oh, play-in, and then you get drilled in the...
Do we need to go through the teams in the West or even the teams in the East that have jumped past Portland in the last 5 to 10 years? Do we even need to go through them?
No, we don't. It's just going to depress me more.
Denver used to be a joke.
Yeah.
The Clippers were a joke.
Yeah.
Who else? The Rockets, the Thunder, the Timberwolves, basically the whole West, with the exception of...
Hey, Phoenix is going to get worse.
San Antonio's decline. Well, they got Wemby.
San Antonio with Fox and Wemby, they're going to jump the Blazers next
Utah.
Year. Yeah, watch Utah is going to get Cooper
But now they're
flagged.
going to get flagged because they actually have smart management.
And then they'll decide to not suck and they'll jump us.
I think the one team that you can look at and laugh and point
New Orleans
is New Orleans.
And Phoenix. Phoenix sucks.
Yeah, but they rose up. Did they make... How far did they get?
Well, that was the one where Kevin Durant was a...
Yeah.
Yeah, it was...
How far did they get?
But they suck. They're gonna be terrible.
But I'm just saying they rose. They were a joke and rose all the way past Portland, and now they're back to being kind of a joke. But and then Dallas is another one.
Yeah.
Rose right by you. I mean, like, it's just every team has passed you, and yet you still sit here and think. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, generally speaking, you sit here and think that there's somehow hope with Shaedon Sharpe and Scoot Henderson.
That's my point. Is I'm scared that you're rebuilding.
Wake up.
The same group with solid to decent players, but no Damian Lillard, and that depresses me because we all sat there and we're like, well, this is unacceptable, and now we're just rebuilding. And I don't see an avenue to get.
Well, the Cavs got. Should we go to the East?
Yeah,
Cavs, Knicks, Pacers, Bucks.
I just don't know where is the avenue
Magic.
to get a player that is anywhere near Dame or multiple players that are better than what you had that got you nowhere.
You have to draft well, and you have to tank well, and they have done neither.
And the tank is over. They've told
I know,
you that they're not.
It's been 4 years of this. Yeah. They have had the opportunity to get really bad draft picks. Yeah. They have gotten, really good draft picks.
3 top 10 picks.
They have gotten picks, and they haven't done anything with them.
Well, and I guess the long-term answer to this is you had 3 top 10 picks in a row, and those picks are Shaedon, Scoot, and Klingon. So, I mean, I guess you're sitting around and saying, does Klingon, Sharpe, and Scoot turn into something that's better than what you had when Dame was here? And
Magic Johnson.
As of right now, I don't know how you can say that in any way that looks probable. But
it's just a bad franchise, man.
Maybe I'm wrong.
It's too bad because it hasn't always been.
Yeah.
It's just this new owner.
It's weird.
Paul Allen.
We're entering into weird territory.
Rest in peace. Well, hopefully she sells within the next, 5 years maybe? Do you think?
Whenever I'm assuming that once the NBA gives the expansion teams and everyone gets $400 million in expansion fees, I'm guessing that's probably when they sell.
Well, I know, but that's probably supposed to be within the next 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay. So. Well, maybe she'll sell it.
Well, she has to. So
she does, but there's no deadline on that.
No, timely fashion, whatever the hell that means.
This isn't very timely.
No, it's just the idea that everyone's the general consensus is until it expands and that money is coming your way, they're not going to sell. And prices just keep going up and up and up. So.
And it's not that a new owner would be better. It could be worse. That's the danger of selling.
Yeah, you never know.
You really don't ever know.
No.
But
you would hope.
You want some fresh blood or maybe just some passion.
I want someone with skin in the game.
Yeah. Like this, okay, a good example is like this Phoenix owner.
Mm-hmm.
Like this guy. I mean, come on.
Seems a douche, but he cares.
Well, but his team sucks. And like they went out and spent all this money and it didn't work.
And they've mortgaged their entire future.
Yes.
They have no more
They have
picks.
nothing.
They have no cap room. And and he's got all the ambition and all the passion, but like this has been a flop, a huge one.
It has been, but I would rather have that than Jody.
Agreed.
This is my would you rather like you have to get married, right? Would you rather
a dude?
Oh. Well, it's like you're entering into maybe the marriage isn't a good one. You're entering into a business partnership, right? You're going in, you're like, hey, I'm entering a business partnership with you and we're 50-50. Would you rather have someone that is passionate that you know wants to be in that business for 15 to 20 years and is like, hey, man, we're in this together? Or do you want to be in business with someone that you know has to sell the business in 3 to 5 years and really doesn't have any incentive for your business to be very good? Why would you? So for whatever Ishbia's faults are, sign me up for that 1,000,000 times over rather than someone that's like, whatever.
I know.
Dude, she's going to get her 4.5 or 5 billion either way. She doesn't care.
Yeah.
There's no incentive.
The owners that want to win, that really care, like the Cubes,
yes,
the Paul Allens,
that's
even though Paul never won one.
But that's all I want.
That's really all you can ask. That and deep pockets. And Paul had both.
Yeah.
And it's just...
Well, he built the damn marina because without him, we don't have a team.
Well, and it's a shame he never won one.
And that goes back to the other thing is hopefully the next person that come here is willing to put in money to revamp the arena because what if we go down that road again?
Yeah, that's a whole thing too. Because their arena is not great.
I think it's one of the oldest, if not the oldest in the NBA. And I don't know if you know about the people of Portland, but chances are we're not footing the bill for that thing.
Yeah, when you go to a game now, it feels tired in there.
Yes.
It hasn't always.
No.
But in the last couple of years, it's gotten real. It's like,
And by the way, it's not the oldest because the Madison Square Garden, but
it's just it's drab.
Yeah, it's
not a draw.
No,
and nothing around it is a draw. It's a mess.
We're 7th, by the way.
It's a mess.
Behind the Bulls, the Cavs, Suns, Jazz, Timberwolves, and Knickerbockers.
All right, text the fan text line at 503-864-6326. This is the Fan. Here is Ryan Buckley.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, some shocking news in the NBA today as the Denver Nuggets have fired head coach Michael Malone. The end of his 10th season with the franchise. Denver currently holds the 4th seed in the Western Conference. David Adelman will take over head coaching duties in the interim. The Nuggets will also part ways with general manager Calvin Booth. On the college hardwood, Texas guard Trey Johnson is declared for the NBA draft. He's a projected top 10 pick. Mariners will be without Victor Robles for the foreseeable future. The outfielder suffered a fracture in his shoulder while making a catch in San Francisco over the weekend. Robles will miss at least 12 weeks, may be lost for the entire season. And the M's hosting the Astros again at T-Mobile tonight. Luis Castillo gets the ball for Seattle. Framber Valdez toes the rubber for Houston. First pitch at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of Primetime with Isaac and Sue. Weekdays 3 to 7. 1080 The Fan.
Look, there's feelings and then there's the facts. If you're
I want them to be good.
Just say it out loud.
It's a bad franchise.
They're a bad franchise.
They're a bad franchise.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, once you come to grips with that, you can now see everything very clearly.
I want them to be good. I'm trying to hold out hope.
But you know they're a bad franchise.
Yes.
So you know what comes next, right? You do know what comes next, don't you?
Yeah, the play-in, baby. Come on. What are you talking about? 9 seed.
Hey, they just locked up the guy that got him to the almost play-in. Pretty hot move.
Damn right.
No, what comes next is a worse coach than you have now because you've already screwed that up.
Well, maybe you go out and get Malone. Come on.
You ain't getting Malone.
I can't.
And if you do, I guess it doesn't really matter because you need better players anyway.
I can't wait for Colin Knippel. What are you talking about?
Bring back Terry Stotts.
I just don't understand.
Oh, no, wait. You pissed in his pot, too.
Yeah.
He would never come back.
Where is the Tear Bear?
I don't think he's anywhere. I think he's getting paid by Milwaukee.
I remember when he walked out.
Yeah, he doesn't need that ass. I respect that about him.
Tear Bear's like, I'm not dealing with this.
I'm
crap.
not dealing with your ass.
Yeah, I thought he's coaching for the Warriors now. He's an assistant on Steve Kerr's staff.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
The
Sorry.
Stotsy baby.
The Tear Bear. Is he
Tear
the
Bear.
next coach of the Warriors if Kerr retires?
Maybe.
Is Kerr thinking about shutting it down?
I don't
Steve
know.
Kerr age, go.
61.
He is.
Sounds about right.
Oh, 59.
59.
59.
But what if he just gets sick of Steph Curry's ass?
Well, I'm guessing that
Because
I
maybe
think he
doesn't-
sticks around until Steph is gone.
Because who
and
doesn't
then
get sick of Steph's ass?
that would be my guess, is that maybe when Steph goes, he bows
I
out.
would.
Yeah, that's
His coaches ain't dumb.
No. When Steph goes, you just tip the cap. You got Jimmy. Maybe you find a way to win one more.
What are they, like 19-2 since that trade?
Yeah,
Is that what I read?
The Lakers and the Warriors
I don't think it's
both,
that good, but it's pretty damn good.
both have since the trades have been quite good.
Are you excited about the Warriors this postseason, Buckley, or is this
more
another...
than I was before the Butler trade? And honestly, when the trade happened, I thought, I don't see how that moves the needle for this franchise, and I was wrong. They seem like they've got something now, and feels like the West is kind of open this year.
20
so
and
who
4.
knows?
20-4.
20 and 4.
Why would you think that Jimmy Butler wouldn't move the needle?
I didn't see. Well, I shouldn't say it wouldn't move the needle. I didn't see how his style would mesh with Steph's style, and obviously they needed another scoring option. That was painfully clear. But I just. He's had attitude problems places that they've gone. I didn't know how he was going to mesh with Draymond and his attitude problems. I just wasn't sure about it, and I was wrong.
Well, not only do you 20 and 4, but you are getting one of the great modern day playoff performers to go along with a team that is kind of used to being in the playoffs. The West is bananas, man.
Yeah.
Lakers, Warriors, first round, sign me up.
Yes. Let's go.
Sign. Yeah, you probably don't. But sign me up.
Yeah. Well, and that's the idea is could you manipulate some things to avoid that?
Right now they would meet.
Oh, yeah.
It's the 3-6.
6 versus 3. Because 1 and 2 are locked in, and like you said, everything else is within 2 games. So you get to the end of the year, you're going to do some seeding manipulation. Hey, let's lose one to avoid
Would you?
that.
Yeah, you'd want to drop to 7, wouldn't you? Oh, no, wait. 7's in the play-in, though.
Yeah, 7's in the play-in.
But 7 gets Houston. And Golden State would much rather have Houston than the Lakers.
Yeah, but you don't want.
But you don't want
But
the
you
play-in.
can't tempt that.
You can't tempt fate there. With
So
that.
you got to try to get the 5 and get the fledgling Nuggets.
Yes.
Or maybe the Clippers.
Yeah. The weird part is that Houston's sitting there at 52 wins, clearly in second place, and yet no one has any faith whatsoever,
Dude,
in the Houston Rockets.
They have first round exit written all
They sure do.
over them.
They're the new Memphis Grizzlies, because remember, Memphis, I think, was the 2 seed, I want to say 2, if not 3 times, and it was that's adorable.
Cutest little thing.
You tussle them on the head and slap on the fanny. Yeah, go sit down. Watch the big boys go.
The West race should be pretty good.
Yeah, I would think so.
I don't know what's going on with Minnesota. Haven't watched them a lick, but
yeah, I haven't paid a lot of
they're
attention to
weird
that.
this year.
But Golden State,
Thunder,
Nuggets, Thunder, Lakers, very interesting. In the East, whatever. Can we just get to Cleveland and Boston and move on?
God, no kidding.
Just give me Cleveland and Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals and just.
If I had a sports gun at your temple,
yeah,
and you had to pick a team in the East to make the finals, not named Cleveland or Boston, I guess you got to go with Milwaukee, don't you?
Well, no Dame.
I might say the Knicks.
Oh, Dame's out. That's
he's got
right.
the blood
Dame's
clots.
out with blood clots.
You have to. Knicks is the only choice.
Knicks is
It's
the only option.
Yeah, only choice. It's a
My God.
Well, it's a cesspool out there in the East. So Portland,
I was thinking Orlando was pretty good. They're 2 games under 500.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Dude, the whole thing is a mess. I mean, Portland, how many does Portland have? Portland's got 35 wins? Portland and Phoenix with 35, and so they're out of it. 35 would put you squarely right now, right on the hot seat in the East. I mean, the Magic, Hawks, Bulls, and Heat. Ugh.
What if I told you at the start of the year the Blazers would end up with the same number of wins as the Suns? What if I told you that?
No one would buy that.
Back in October.
What if they told you that you would have much better, you'd have, 10 more wins than the Philadelphia 76ers?
Yeah, exactly.
Embiid, MVP, and Paul George, and Maxey to the extension.
And what if I told you the Dallas Mavericks traded away Luka
Yeah.
Doncic for not a lot of anything?
Yeah, right. Luka's going to get traded. You're going to be better than the Sixers and the same record as the Suns. You can be like, oh, what a great year. Yeah, no.
It's a hell of a thing.
And Denver would fire their coach, and so would Memphis.
I'm just waiting for San Antonio to get Cooper Flag, and then Fox, Wemby, and Flag, and there you go. Just
San Antonio, huh?
Here it comes. Yeah, Flags!
Would you rather see him there or Utah?
I'd rather see him in, well, I mean, if you're talking like, if you're Portland, you don't want to see him in San Antonio, but for the sake of the NBA, I'd want to see him in San Antonio. I think De'Aaron Fox,
cool.
Wemby, and Cooper Flag in San Antonio, and if Pop,
all of a sudden Pop's healthy
yeah,
again. He's like,
I'm fine.
I'm good.
Like, you son of a bitch, you did it again. San Antonio lands the generational prospect of generational prospects with Wemby, and then they're like, okay, he's not Wemby, but he's the best thing that we've seen besides that, and then you land him 2 years in a row. You're like, oh, for God's sake.
Now, if he goes to Charlotte,
I think he'd go back, man.
Or Washington.
I go back to Duke.
Which is worse, Charlotte or Washington?
I would think Washington, because Charlotte, if Ball can ever keep his feet healthy,
he can't.
And you've got the kid out of Alabama who was hurt most of the year, but is averaging 20 a night, Brandon Miller. So you don't want to be in Washington. I would assume Charlotte better than Washington, right?
I don't know, dude.
Probably, but not a lot.
Bad franchises are bad franchises.
Well, they're all bad franchises, but
Yeah.
you gotta. I mean, because you
Sixers
got
aren't.
You got Bud Carrington and you got Alex Sarr, right, in Washington. Is that better than LaMelo Ball and Brandon Miller?
Well, you don't have anybody in either. It's just which franchise do you think has hope to pull you out of it?
There is no
I think Charlotte, you're dead. I feel like Cooper Flag becomes Gordon Hayward in Charlotte.
Dude, I'll just tell you right now, if you're Cooper Flag and you see them win the lottery, you just say thanks. You go to those Duke rich bros and you're like, hey, man, can you come up with like $7 million for me? Because that's what the kid from BYU's getting. They say he's getting $7 million to go play 1 year at BYU. You're telling me you can't go to those rich bastards at Duke and be like, dude, I want 7.5. I want an apartment. Give me a new rig, which I already have, but I don't care. And I'll come back to Duke and we'll play the lottery again next year.
But isn't the problem that those teams will be in the lottery at the bottom of the lottery again?
Yeah, but at least you got another chance of maybe,
I guess, the top of the lottery.
Yeah, someone else like falling into it.
Cooper Flag does the unthinkable and stays in college like 7 years.
7
because
years,
he just doesn't like
avoiding all the
top.
bad teams to get the top picks.
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about interesting places that he could land, Utah would be interesting because they've got young assets. Philly. I mean, technically, New Orleans, you still have CJ, you still have Zion, and when Zion's healthy, does that do anything?
No.
San Antonio would be the most interesting one.
Yeah.
And
that's about it.
That's about it. Everything else is just a cesspool of crappiness.
Blazers.
Yeah.
Misers.
Blazers are going to have like a 3% chance.
Yeah. But the Spurs are right next to the Blazers, aren't they?
Yeah, but they're going to be, chances are the 8, and we've talked about it. Not that it's a huge difference, like overall, but it doubles your chances. San Antonio is
jumping.
Yeah, San Antonio's going to have double the odds to jump up into a top 4 than Portland does.
Yeah.
So good thing we won those extra 4 games.
So here's what I think is going to happen. I think you're going to have Cooper Flag, Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic, and LeBron James, and Bronny James. That's your starting 5 in LA next year.
Bronny.
Somehow.
Bronny out there balling. Maybe we had that one game we had like 17 and people were like, I told you. Here comes Bronny.
Yeah, but don't let Stephen A. Smith talk about him. Might throw some hands.
Yeah, they're fighting.
Well,
they have beef.
Here's the thing. Stephen A., who, by the way, is now saying that he may run for president again. You can't talk about throwing hands when you have the most embarrassing boxing clip of all time that you posted. That's the other one I don't get. Stephen A. posted that video of him boxing.
Knowing what a real boxing fight looks like.
Does he? Because that's the most embarrassing punch ever thrown. And yet and then he posted it, and then he's talking about like he'll throw hands with LeBron. Have you seen people recreate that? Have you seen like the professional fighting coaches?
Oh no.
Yeah.
I've seen the clip he posted.
There's a couple of MMA coaches. There's a gal. She's really big on social media. Her name's is it Angie Overhill? And she's a UFC fighter, not a great one, but her and her coach posted a video of him teaching her the Stephen A. Smith fighting style, and it's one of the best things you will ever see in your entire life. It's fantastic. I believe they call it the D punch. It's the D chin punch, where you can hit someone in the nuts and the chin all in one movement. It's amazing.
It is a rather long uppercut.
Yeah.
All right, incredible stat next on the Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but the University of Oregon, they're a softball school now. Swept Michigan over the weekend. Now 35-3 on the year, up to 4th in the country.
We've moved on from football.
How about that?
No basketball.
We're a
It's all
softball
about
school
softball.
now.
Well, baseball.
Yeah,
Baseball's good.
they tumbled in the rankings after going 2-2 this weekend.
Nah, softball.
Softball. That's where it's at.
That's where it's at.
Ducks Report brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
The home of dirt and spray.
The biggest takeaway was the best
I wanted to get to one other stat from, kind of putting a bow on the NCAA tournament and everything. NCAA tournaments, because the women had their finale as well.
Yes, they did.
But I just don't think we have enough time right here. I wanted to talk a little bit about Gino Auriemma, but we'll shove that off to tomorrow.
He is now he stands alone. The cheese stands alone.
Yep.
No one else has 12.
Yeah, but tomorrow's going to be hard to get Gino Auriemma talk in because, we got to talk golf all day.
Oh, we got to talk about the par 3.
We got to talk about the Masters.
You going to break down the new range data that's available?
Yeah, Buck just said he sent me a list of the number of balls every player has hit on the range so far.
Yeah, I think you were gone. Me and Buck were talking about this, but one of the new features is they're doing analytics now from the driving range.
For every player, for every shot.
Every player, for every shot, you can track how many they hit, what they worked on, distance. You can now analyze.
It feels invasive.
Range. Well, it's also
invasive.
I mean, if you're out there trying to work on something, I don't why do I have to share that with the world?
It's also weird.
Yeah,
you should not want to know what someone is hitting the ball on the range. Like you're like, I don't like the way that 8-iron's looking. I don't like that grouping. Jeez.
Well, actually, if you're standing there, you probably could tell a lot by how a guy's hitting it on the range. But
well, now we got analytics.
Yeah, I was just looking at the list. Do you know what player has hit the most golf balls on the range this week?
I have no idea.
You take a stab.
Rory.
No.
Scheffler.
No.
Bryson. I didn't even
go
look at
the other
list.
way.
What?
Jose Maria Olazabal.
Really?
He's figuring something out, man. He's going to do it.
No, he probably doesn't play at all. And he's like, oh, crap, I got to play in the Masters. And he dusts off his clubs. He hits 150 balls.
I will say that the better, if I'm getting ready to, I always like to hit a few balls before I go out and play. And if I'm really striping it on the range, it's terrifying. I don't want to be terrible and I don't want to be good. I need it somewhere in the middle. Because if things are going too well at the driving range, then in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, I know what's happening here. False sense of confidence. This thing's falling apart.
I'm looking to see when the last time he played. Because he was on the Champions Tour for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, no, he's played 2 events this year.
Okay.
Last time he played was March 30th, so he's I guarantee you that's why. So he played February 8th.
That's it.
And he played March 30th.
All right, no.
And I guarantee you the only reason he played is like, I got to go play in the Masters.
I got it ready for the Masters.
Because past champions, obviously lifetime exemption. So this is actually Bernard Longer's last tournament.
Oh, and he's shutting it down.
Did you see his sweet gift that he got?
Calling it a day.
They got him like a custom Mercedes that's like in an Augusta green, and it's got this specialized like embroidered headrests and stuff like that. I'm like,
nice.
That's
Augusta got it for him?
I don't know if it was Mercedes or Augusta or what, but he just received it. You can find it online. It's pretty sweet.
Hell yeah. Gonna retire that long putter.
That's kind of cool. Like, you get yourself a custom car. That was like when Ovechkin broke the record. Gretzky said that when he broke it, ownership bought him a Rolls Royce. So he looked at the Capitals owner, was like, huh?
It apparently was a gift from Mercedes-Benz, who's been a longtime sponsor of Long.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Boy, that's a baller gift.
Now I want to look at this thing. Oh yeah, dude,
that color's awesome.
Do you think in the fine print it's like a 1-month lease?
It goes back to an Augusta Mercedes dealership.
Dude, how crappy. No, I'm guessing that Mercedes probably picked up the bill for that one. Because what else are you going to do with an S-Class Mercedes that's like Augusta themed?
I guess they want Bernie tootling around in that for the 3 more years that he has to drive.
Dude, that thing is ridiculous.
All right, the club is next. Let's all go to the Bahamas together. No, you guys can go without me. Next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Isaac Ropp for Window Nation. April's a
Jason Swigart is back Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter.
Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're going to lose most of your motor skills, and you're also going to lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
Yeah, put him in there! Yee-hoo! Yeah, flags!
He's gonna go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
It's insane. AIDS. I have AIDS.
Finally, but not last, winner of the Golden Boot, the Tournaments, top scorer, and the Golden Ball, the best player, Megan Rapinoe.
Sports is sports. Sports is business. I like the music I like. You kind of like whatever it is you like. I lost it there.
Football's football.
Football's football.
Football is football.
Football's football.
Football is football.
Football's football.
Athletics is athletics.
Yeah, football's football.
The best part of football is football. And so you got to do football.
Football's football. And the only way to get better at it is to play football.
Football's football.
I lost it there. Yeah, football's football. We know that.
Yeah, how many people have to say that before somebody gets it through their thick skull that football's football?
Football is football. Except for flag football. Have you seen they're trying to make flag football a thing? Can we not do that?
Yeah,
I told you, you dumb bitch!
What do you mean? Like what?
Yeah,
what?
the NFL is trying to launch.
What?
The NFL, they're trying to launch a female league, and then there's talk that
Yeah.
obviously like
Weren't they going to put it in the Olympics or something like that?
yeah, flag football is going to be in the Olympics.
Yeah.
And the NFL players want to play it, and
then
like,
the quarterback for the USA was like saying like I'm better at flag football than Patrick Mahomes would be or something like that.
And look, dude, you do what you want to do, and I understand that the rise of 7-on-7, but they do a lot of these 7-on-7 tournaments now. The flag football stuff up at the high school where I live by, and I walk my dog up there, and how do I say this? I never thought something could be douchier than AAU basketball. I was wrong. Take all the douchiness of AAU basketball and put the irrational testosterone-laced manhood of football and combine them, and you have things.
Okay. Well, that's better than guys of my age.
Dude, it's bad. It's really, really bad.
Well, anyway.
Yeah. So we need to stop flag football before it starts.
Have you ever been to the Bahamas?
I have. I've been to the Bahamas. The Caribbean's wonderful.
Well, but the Bahamas.
Yes, I have been to the Bahamas in Nassau, and it is wonderful.
Okay. Because there's so many islands down there.
Yes.
It's just like I don't know the right place to. I've never even been down there. I don't know. Should I go to Dominican Republic? Should I go to Turks and Caicos?
I've heard Turks and Caicos is amazing.
Should I go to the Bahamas?
Turks and Caicos, it is amazing.
You've been to Turks and Caicos?
Yeah.
So of all the islands down there, that's the one you would...
Well, I haven't been to many of the others. I've been there, and I've been to Grand Cayman. Which
have
is
you
like
been
kind
to
of
St. Lucia?
I have not, but Souk
I
has.
have.
Yeah, you've been there.
I've been to Martinique, I've been to St. Lucia, and I've been to the Bahamas. And then we made a brief stop in St. Croix.
Anybody been to Jamaica?
I have not been to Jamaica.
I have been to Jamaica for a day and a half on a cruise.
Punta Cana? St. Croix, St. Kitts?
I have been to St. Croix.
Guadalupe?
I was going to go to Cuba, but then I don't know if you heard, but
Cuba.
COVID happened.
COVID.
And they
That wasn't real.
They chopped me.
I loved COVID.
Well, Cuba said it was real, and then they told me to go pound sand, and that I wasn't allowed to go.
Were you going to Havana?
I was going to Havana.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Havana.
I want to go there because they're saying that it's, obviously it's a trip back in time, but they're saying it's already becoming more modern, and so I think you've missed out on some of old Havana and Cuba, but
yeah,
before long.
But they still have all the old cars and Rick Astley plays everywhere.
That is high on my list of places that I would like to go.
You know what's crazy too is how close. It always throws me for a loop.
90 miles.
How close Cancun is.
Oh.
How
close Cancun?
Yeah. Like Cancun's not that far from Havana.
Yes. Well, I mean,
it always blows me away.
Yeah, because
you think of Cancun being way over
Well,
way out
Mexico's
west.
a weird thing too, a
I know.
little bit, because most of when you're on the West Coast, you go to the Baja. But Mexico is a giant place, and when you go to the Atlantic side of it, you know what else is over there? Is like look at like where Colombia is.
Yeah, it's
Like,
not far.
No, it's a strange. We just don't think of that because when you're on the West Coast, we're almost exclusively Hawaii and the Baja Peninsula in Mexico. But if you're an East Coast or Midwesterner, then no one goes to Hawaii. If you live in New York, you don't go to Hawaii. You fly down to one of the 80 islands down there.
It's a 1 hour and 25-minute flight
Yeah.
from Havana to Cancun.
That's crazy.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
I mean, what's a 1 hour 25-minute flight from Portland? Well, really nothing, but
Nothing, but I mean, I don't know, it's a little further than Seattle. It's probably like flying to Spokane.
Vancouver,
BC.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, when you look at a map of the Caribbean Sea, it is it's quite strange.
yeah, it's about going to it's about like going Vancouver, BC, to Portland.
Yeah,
same flight.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, it's wild. So we got a break.
All right. Before we poo all over.
Yeah, we're gonna take a dump all over the Bahamas.
I don't want to take a dump all
Well,
over
you
the
don't
Bahamas.
have to. I'm just gonna give you facts.
Okay.
Okay. Things are not going well there.
I was there last year, and let me tell you, it was delightful. But I guess I wasn't in the Bahamas.
Were you attacked by a shark?
I was not.
Were you armed, robbed?
No, I was not.
Were you sexually assaulted?
Were you robbed of your arms?
So now that we've moved on, now that we've officially fear-mongered Mexico as much as humanly possible, are we now moving on to fear-mongering the Caribbean islands?
We are.
Nice.
Hey,
All right.
these are facts,
These are-
okay?
These are
Ignore
facts.
this data at your own peril.
You'll end up in an El Salvador prison before you know it.
Take that for data.
That's next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is back.
Good protection, wide open. Sadiq inside of the 5, hurdles his way into the end zone.
Join us Saturday, April 26th.
Did you just say we just stepped out of the shower? I said he. Right, okay.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
I have for you new Hawk Tua girl news.
Oh, talk to me.
And it involves the Oregon Ducks.
Oh, really?
Good. But first,
she gonna spit on that thing?
She might.
Spit on that thing.
As a Mets fan, you don't want her being part of your pregame festivities.
But first, I was warning you about Bahamas. There has been a travel warning issued.
Oh, no.
For the Bahamas.
Okay, so not the Caribbean, just the Bahamas.
Yeah, just the Bahamas.
Okay.
It says a spate of shark attacks and crime across the Bahamas has prompted U.S. officials to reissue a travel advisory against the Caribbean nation right in the thick of the spring break travel rush.
Oh, no.
Level 2 travel warning against the Bahamas was handed down in late March, cautioning American travelers to exercise increased caution when visiting. Violent crime like armed robberies, burglaries, and sexual assaults can occur anywhere in the Bahamas, the State Department cautioned.
Can I ask a question? So, can't violent crime or sexual assault occur anywhere in the United States?
Yes.
Have you been to Chicago? Have you been to New York?
I like Chicago.
As do I, which is my point.
I like New York.
I find that a little odd that they're like, it could happen anywhere in the Bahamas. Yeah, no S.
Well, I mean, don't we think they have an ulterior motive here?
Yeah.
What do they have? What's up their sleeve? Why do they want us to not go to the Bahamas? What's going on here?
Decided that we're just crappy.
Tariffs?
Yeah, I don't know. What did the Bahamas do to us?
Among them are sexual assaults on white sand beaches and at the hands of jet ski tour operators.
Oh, so jet ski pirates.
Gangland murders in Nassau and burglaries at unprotected vacation rentals, according to officials. Rogue boat operators have also become a bit of a problem. That always worries me. The boat guy.
Yeah.
Because they oftentimes, I don't know, yeah, I mean, you've traveled.
Oh, yeah.
You know, oftentimes the boat guys, those guys are on their own. Like, they just have the boat.
Yes.
And they're like, yeah, I'm willing to, yeah just hop in, it'll be fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
That always makes me nervous.
I will admit, I have definitely been on a boat ride or two in the islands and in Mexico where you're like, then you have to do this one. Oh, I'm sure it's fine. Like, yeah, you're all right. Use your best judgment. Right? You kind of feel it out.
They explain that many rogue boat operators will take tourists out despite dangerous weather forecasts, and that the industry in Bahamas is so poorly regulated that injuries from accidents and poorly maintained equipment have become prevalent. Now, I ran into that in Mexico.
Oh yeah, that goes without saying.
Yeah, I mean that's a common thing. We were out on a boat in Mexico with this just some dude.
Yeah.
And my God, did the water get choppy?
Yeah.
And I thought we were going in. Now, we were going around an island, so it's possible that we could have swam to the island.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like if we go in, we're stranded.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought for sure we were going in.
I've had that. Yeah.
And the old boy's just up there driving along.
Yeah.
He's like, ah.
I once found myself in the middle of the ocean being able to see nothing, and we were marlin fishing. And my wife had the nerve to ask, hey, is there life jackets? I'm like, dude, just be happy that we have chairs. Right. Life jackets.
Yeah, we didn't have life jackets on.
We didn't have life jackets, nor did my captain have a shirt and or shoes. So we're like, look, let's just go with it. He seems to know what he's doing.
So we get back to the dock.
The beauty of vacation is we've talked about this, you do stuff on vacation that you would never do at home.
We get back to the dock. The guy's like, I give him whatever pesos or whatever I was supposed to give him, whatever we agreed to. He's like, no, more.
I need more.
I'm like, what?
Okay.
He's like, well, it was rough out there. I'm like, you ass.
This sounds like basically any place you go outside of the United States, all these warnings can apply.
So, yeah, it's pretty generic, isn't it?
Yes. There hasn't been, this is all the most generic stuff in the world.
The advisory says, due to the risks, U.S. government employees are prohibited from using jet skis and personal watercraft rented from independent operators on New Providence and Paradise Islands.
So if I'm a government employee, I can't? Why is that? What does that have to do with anything? Government employee?
They're protecting their own who are about to get fired.
It's very strange.
And they said, hey, if you really want to be safe, go in the water. Oh, wait, don't, because sharks will eat you.
Sharks.
Stay alert for sharks. Shark attacks have led to serious injuries and death, cautions the State Department.
Can't again.
2 American women were attacked by a shark while swimming in Bimini Bay. One suffered serious injuries, and both were airlifted to a hospital.
You know where sharks have been killing people every summer now for the last handful of years? Massachusetts, Cape Cod. When you go there, there's big signs posted. So now we're warning about shark attacks.
You know what's odd?
What?
December 2023, 44-year-old Massachusetts woman was killed by a shark while paddleboarding off of New Providence Island. She wasn't even killed in Massachusetts. She was killed in the Bahamas.
Killed in the Bahamas. I hate to be the bearer of news here, but I'm going to assume in the Caribbean, there's sharks.
Now, are you aware of the level of the different levels of travel warnings?
Yeah.
So what do we got? Tell us more.
Oh, I just know that there are there's ones that like there's like a warning, and then there's like a strongly suggest, and then there's like a don't go there, and then there's like war zone, you can't go there.
Yeah, so 4 levels. Level 1 is exercise normal caution.
Yeah.
That's the lowest level.
Yeah.
Level 2 is exercise increased caution. Number 3 is reconsider travel, and level 4 is don't go there, idiot.
Yeah. Level 4 is like Afghanistan. I'm assuming Russia is probably on that list, Ukraine right now, things of that nature, Myanmar. So where are we with Bahamas? Are we at?
They're at 2.
They're at 2? Okay. So isn't every place at level 2? Like,
a lot of places are. I'm looking for level 4 countries.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's just like war zone.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Ooh, Mexico.
What's Mexico right now?
Make sure I'm reading this right. Level 4. Some parts of Mexico are level 4.
Are they? Well,
Yeah.
I can see that. Like if you're going into like the
certain areas.
Yeah, certain areas.
Sinaloa.
Yeah,
don't go there.
That would make sense.
Don't go to Guerrero.
Oh yeah. By the way, I looked it up. Myanmar is travel 4, or is level
Myanmar?
4. It's like Burma is like the worst. Myanmar, Burma, whichever one you're calling it. That's like the worst place on earth. Like if you go there, your ass is dead.
Haiti is level 4. Don't go there.
That makes sense.
Don't go to Russia.
Yeah, level 4.
Diplomatic tensions.
Probably shouldn't go to North Korea, I'm guessing.
I'm guessing. Well, I don't think you can.
You can't, but they are on the list.
Well, no, because we've had those, hikers and such just like cross the border and then end up dead.
Can I also
Or
point out
imprisoned or
something?
whatever.
So this whole article that's crapping all over the Bahamas, that's a level 2. You know what else is a level 2 right now? France and Germany.
Really?
Yeah.
The south of France?
The south of France. Yeah, France and Germany both have level 2. So, and I would also like to point out, Belgium is level 2. Papua New Guinea, level 3.
Also level 4, Iran, Egypt, only certain areas of Egypt.
Yeah.
Ukraine, Colombia, certain regions, Libya, Syria, and North Korea.
Yeah.
Those are your level 4s. Don't go there.
Does anyone want to go, like, I'm
To any of those places?
Is there any reason to go to any one of those?
I think parts of Egypt are probably pretty cool.
Yeah. You heading to the South Sudan, are you?
I'm guessing parts of Colombia are pretty cool.
Yeah, my buddy he's married a Colombian gal. He's down there all the time. He loves it.
I want to go to Medellin.
Yeah, he claims that my buddy's down there. He goes down like once every like 2 months, and he swears by it. He says it's like the nicest people. He
Syria, Libya, not so much.
Yeah.
Certainly not Ukraine.
I don't need to go to Haiti. Oh, by the way, also level 2, Italy, which is where I'm going. Jamaica level.
Hey, be careful, okay?
Jamaica's level 3.
Be careful.
I'm not going to be careful.
So level 3 is reconsider travel.
Yeah. So
significant risks.
Jamaica is level 3. Find that interesting. So Jamaica has the same as Nigeria and
Why?
Nicaragua. Mozambique.
Why?
I don't know.
Answer the damn question,
Son
of a bitch.
I'm just going off of that. Kuwait, though, level 1.
Really?
Yeah. I told you, you dumb bitch. No, there's just a big list of all of them. So it doesn't tell you why on any of these. It just tells you where those are at. Cuba's a level 2.
Which country would you take your chances in? Libya? Iran or North Korea.
God.
If they'd let you.
I think I'd have to go Libya, right?
I don't know. I don't know anything about Libya.
Well, North Korea.
I think Iran.
North Korea. Are you aware of what is happening right now in Iran?
Yeah.
They're not big fans of ours.
I know.
Yeah, no.
Neither is North Korea, dude.
Yeah, I think I'm taking Libya.
What's going on in Libya?
I know that I don't know a lot of what's going on in Libya, but
So
I know
Gaddafi-
that it's better than North Korea and Iran right now.
Well, I don't know that you're right about that. They killed Gaddafi and dragged his body through the. Now it's all. I think it's Thunderdome over
And they
there.
plugged him too.
Yeah, plugged him.
Yeah. Is it possible that the correct answer here is North Korea? Well, think about it, right? You go to North Korea and you go on one of these travel groups and you mind your P's and Q's. You do a lot of bowing. You're very respectful. Like, you don't do S. And, I'm guessing that you can, and you talk about how great it is. You're like, oh, yeah, dear leader and, hole in one and all that. I'm guessing you can probably get out of North Korea, okay?
Maybe.
The government can screw you at any one of these countries. But I don't think anyone from the public sector from North Korea is going to plug you. I'm pretty certain that the Iranian people and or the people of Libya, I think there's a chance they do. So, therefore, I think the correct answer to that question is North Korea.
But
I'm taking my chances with North Korea.
Isn't like Tehran? Like if you go to Tehran, it's a big city. Not that there's not problems there.
We're like building up troops. There's possibility
I
that we're going to.
understand that, but none of these are good options.
I don't think.
I'm now looking up the reasons to not go to these places. For Libya, it says crime, terrorism, unexploded landmines,
dude,
civil unrest, kidnapping, and armed conflict.
Come on, I'm out. Libya's last. So this says political. Okay, so there's a comparison of Iran and Libya. Okay.
Yeah.
Iran, though, for wrongful detention, it lists, so they can just pick you up and throw you in jail, and they don't have to let you go.
And that's the worry. But I think in Tehran you could maybe.
But you won't step on a landmine.
You could fit it. You could try to.
Hey, that's a
hide.
that's a nice selling point. No landmines. I like that.
Political stability. Iran gets a 23. Libya 18. Civil rights. Iran gets an 11. Libya gets a 2.
I'll be damned.
They're equal in health, climate, cost of living. It's way cheaper in Libya.
I'm not talking about setting up a 2-bedroom there.
The answer is North Korea.
Yeah, which one?
I think it is.
Which one is going to leave my big white American ass alone? And I think it's North Korea.
I think it is North Korea.
The biggest threat there is long-term detention.
Yes, and I am going to do nothing.
You don't want to go in those camps, though.
I am going to do nothing to piss off the North Koreans. I would be the most polite guest in the history of North Korea. Knowing what's on the line, I promise you, I will be a model citizen. They'll be like, you come back anytime you want. And I'll be like, yes, sir, no, sir.
Someone on the YouTube says that there are human slave auctions going on in Libya currently.
Ah, yeah, that's...
Wow.
Like, human slaves, are we talking sex slaves or like labor? Because I think
either one is not good.
Well, look, I'm not going to get sex trafficked, but you know what I could, like...
They want you to pull their plow?
That's what I'm saying. Is there some sort of mine? Because if it's like field work, I think I'm high on that list. I feel very safe about the sex travel that I'm not getting trafficked. Manual labor, I don't like the looks of that at all.
In North Korea, you got Dennis Rodman on your side.
Yeah, right? I mean,
what could go wrong?
Well, I'm afraid, too, that like, what if they found out my daughter lives in South Korea and then am I a spy?
Ooh,
well, I don't
dude.
like that.
Rough.
I don't like that one bit. They're like, why are you over here? And I'm like, well, if it's visiting my daughter, where? She lives in South Korea. Next thing you know, I'm in the damn camp.
On the misery index, they always do that.
Oh, yeah.
Argentina is number 1.
What?
Has the highest misery level score.
Argentina?
Yeah.
That's high on my places I want to go.
Syria is 4th. Iran 11th. And then Libya is way down there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So basically, there's a case to be made for every one of those.
Libya, even with Congo. That doesn't sound great.
Look, just in general, like, of all my places that I'm terrified to go, I find, and look, they're all equally just horrifying. I find the African civil wars, like Ivory Coast stuff, that stuff quite scares me. Like any place where like there's like Mogadishu, like warlords.
All right, well, I'm going to send you there, or I'm going to send you to the Middle East.
I think I'm taking the Middle East.
And you got to set up shop.
I think I'm taking the Middle East.
See, I could see you becoming a militia member in Africa. Striking up some
I'd have no choice.
kinships.
Much like as I've said, if I go to prison, I have one option and one option only. Dude, if you put me in a war-torn country, I have no choice but to try to join a militia, right?
Yeah, somebody wants
Yeah,
your
but
muscle.
I just think in the Middle East, your problem is it's more religion-based,
Yeah.
and they are not going to accept you.
No.
Whereas I feel like if you can fire an AR,
Yeah.
and because of your size,
it's a valid point.
you go to Congo, dude. They're like, all right, here's a gun. See that guy over there?
I like where we're going with this. All right, well.
Take him out.
You make a valid point. Maybe I could talk some strategy, So, apparently I'm heading to the Congo. South Sudan, here I come. It's kind of crazy that these places, like, it's 2025, and this is why, like, anyone that craps on whether that is, like, living in Europe, living in the United States, or whatever, realize that these been born into in 2025. And this idea of, like, pull yourself up by the bootstraps or whatever. No, dude, you just won the damn lottery by being born in someplace other than that. Because you get born in the middle of the Congo, yeah, you're not pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. You're kidnapped when you're 4 and you're handed an AK-47 and you're a child soldier.
Don't go to the Bahamas, okay?
All of that
to tell you
that
you will get eaten by a shark.
Even though that their travel advisory is the exact same as going to France, Italy, and Germany.
It's only a 2.
Only a 2.
But I'd rather go to France. All right.
I don't know. I do like the Caribbean. It's nice.
What was I going to do? Oh, I've got a Hawktua girl news.
I have Jessica Simpson's sperm news, too.
Yeah, I saw it. Snake sperm, right?
Yeah, what is happening there?
It's hot.
When you just get rich, do you just start thinking of wackadoo to do?
That, all next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, big news in the NBA today is the Denver Nuggets announced the firing of head coach Michael Malone at the end of his 10th regular season with the franchise. Denver currently holds the 4th spot in the Western Conference playoff picture. David Adelman, son of Rick, will take over the head coaching duties in the interim. The Nuggets will also part ways with general manager Calvin Booth. On the college hardwood, Texas guard Trey Johnson is declared for the NBA draft. He's projected as a top 10 to top 5 overall pick. Mariners will be without Victor Robles for the foreseeable future as he suffered a fracture in his shoulder. He'll be out at least 12 weeks and maybe the entire season. The M's host the Astros again at T-Mobile tonight. First pitch just moments away. Luis Castillo getting the ball for Seattle. Framber Valdez toes the rubber for Houston. That one starting at 6:40. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Save the date. Your local Toyota dealers present the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club on Thursday, June 26th. Keep it on the Fan for details.
No time for a traditional in-ground vegetable garden? Mr. Plywood stocks all kinds of cedar for building your own raised beds. And the experts at Mr. Plywood
At how they're making that prank bit a series, but here we go. Glenn Powell's a pretty big deal.
Well, she was on the set of one of the biggest movie stars in the world this weekend, Glenn Powell.
Yeah, are they doing a Borat thing where, or is this just a scripted thing where he's playing Chad Powers?
No, it's like I think it's like a scripted thing.
Yeah, it's scripted.
But it's based off of a gotcha bit. So
yeah, because they did that with Baker Mayfield did one of these recently too.
Yeah, no, this is a show.
Okay.
I think we talked about this when that it got picked up by Hulu or something. They were going to do this. Anyway, Glenn Powell, he's a hunk.
Yeah.
So now everybody's speculating that Hawk Tua and Glenn Powell are going to do it.
Or out there doing it.
But Glenn was shooting a club scene where his character, Oregon Ducks quarterback Russ Holiday, who goes undercover in prosthetics as the title character, bumps into Hawk Tua, a.k.a. Haley Welch, while out celebrating his draft pick to the XFL.
Oh, my gosh.
Haley plays herself.
And I'm sure she's stellar in it. I can only imagine what a tour de force performance that is.
Well, what if it becomes her demonstrating, the whole thing that got her famous?
Spit on that
I think that's a different kind of show.
Oh.
I don't think that's a Hulu. I don't think Hulu does that. Do they dabble in hardcore pornography?
I don't know.
I
I hope not.
I can't imagine.
What would the kids think? You got to protect the kids.
Won't someone please think of the children? I don't even think there's any of that like on Netflix, is there? There's not NC-17 movies on Netflix or anything. I think that's what the internet's for. I just am fascinated that who's ever making that thinks that the people want to see Haley Welch. Like someone is paying her and is like, oh my God, this is gonna be great. People are gonna go wild over this cameo. Hey, give her credit, man. I thought that 15 minutes would last about 11, and she's managed to keep that thing rolling. So
well, she went dark for about 2 months after she rug pulled the crypto industry and was like facing charges from the SEC.
And yet now she's back.
And she's back.
And the Will Ortner, those types love her, which again,
she's a talent.
I tried. I told you I was listening to Bill Maher's podcast where she was on there, and I made it about.
Bill Maher had her on?
Bill Maher had her on. I made it about 6 minutes, and I was like, oh my God. One, she's the dumbest human being that I've ever heard. And Bill, it was creepy as all get out.
Bill was trying to get in her pants.
It was bad.
He's single, right? Isn't
Yeah.
he perennially
He's
single?
perennially single.
Smokes a bunch of dope.
Yeah. It was really, really weird. Yeah, is this called like Club Random? Every now and then I enjoy his stuff, and I was like, oh, well. I was like, I've never actually heard her do anything, and I tuned into it and was like, oh my God, how is this person?
Hey, at least you gave her a chance.
I did. And I'm telling you.
You went in there with an open mind
In
and
fact,
an open heart.
I think that Concrete Jungle thing, I think that was from Bill Maher's podcast.
I think that's right.
Yeah. I think that's where that come from.
Concrete jungle, wet dream tomato.
Yeah. Dude,
Boy, what pipes?
She is dumber than a sack of hammers. She really is.
So what? There's a lot of dumbs out there.
But she's fun.
Hustling.
She's fun. Well, good. I mean, someone's behind it. Someone's making a bunch of money off of her, too. So someone was smart enough, right? She got with the right, the right agency or whatever and said, hey, we can make this. If she's not dumb, she never has to work again. She's made several millions of dollars.
Would you like to hear about snake semen?
Well, who wouldn't? Who hasn't ever thought to themselves, man, if I could only drink some semen?
Well, that's next on The Fan. Hey, I got to stick around and tell you about the Nash. Right now at Window Nation, you can get 4 windows free with every 4 you buy, which is a great deal. You can get 0 interest, 0 payments for 2 full years, so you can pay nothing until 2027 if you don't have all the money up front. And a great little incentive this month in April, you can get a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. That's amazing because entry doors, they're the focal point of your home. And oftentimes they can cost a little bit of scratch, so they'll give you a free one. Just buy a house full of windows. So we all trust Window Nation here. They partner with Milgard in Portland, so you are buying top-quality windows that are made for our climate, and their windows always come with a full lifetime warranty. and they're responsible for the environment. These are vinyl windows. They last for decades. They don't emit toxins. Great time to buy windows right now. Get 4 free with every 4 you buy at Window Nation. Go to windownation.com or call 866-90-NATION to schedule a free in-home estimate. That's windownation.com or 866-90-NATION. Please tell them you heard it from your window daddy on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
You need the West Coast more. You need more great teams because having just one, I think it's what makes me not care about the Big Ten. It kind of kills the buzz of the Big Ten for me. For sure. As a football fan, because it's you and then the East Coast, and it's you and it's the Midwest.
It's Ohio State, it's Penn State.
I need it to be Oregon, Washington, Oregon, USC.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks, the fact is, you need Ramp. Ramp is the corporate card that makes the expense process fast and easy. The moment your team makes a purchase, Ramp handles everything. Receipt collection and approvals, the works. With Ramp, you can cut your month-end close from 5 days to 1, customize approval workflows, and get complete control over every transaction. Facts. Over 25,000 businesses trust Ramp.
Right where you are.
I think Noah Patrick Harris because I see Klondike Will Ortner, so I'm assuming that means Noah Patrick Harris.
No, I think there's no.
Schultze.
Oh, no Corn Pop. Is Corn
Rest-
Pop okay?
Rest in peace.
I think so. I think he was going on vacation.
Why do you
maybe.
ask that?
I thought he missed a show because he had a health thing.
Well, last week he was wearing the headband, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the headband.
Yeah, he did have some issues.
He's
but
recovered.
It wasn't. I think it was just family stuff.
Okay. So yeah.
Should I tell you more on the air?
I so worry about the little fella.
I know you do worry about the little fella, even though you make fun of him incessantly.
I do not. I love Corn Pop. Dude, Schultze's fantastic. The guy wore a headband. He wore a Mariner headband. like a round on a just. And I was like, "Are you doing bits?" He's like, "No, man. Sometimes I break it out." And I was like, "Wow, that's." I don't know Headband Guy. Are you familiar with Headband Guy? I don't know one.
No, not anymore.
Not unless they're like running or biking or like
Well,
actually.
see, that's different.
No, I know. This was a fashion item. This was not a functional.
You wear a headband while working out or whatever. I have a couple that are like that you wear when you're working out if you're wearing like a biking helmet. But headband just out and about, dude, that's a bold move, and I'm here for it. I'm jealous of guys that can do that sort of guy, fedora guy.
Don't you think Speedo Guy, though? I've always thought Speedo Guy grew up as Speedo Kid because...
No one grows up as Speedo Kid.
Well, you surely do.
Yeah, when you're on swim team, you do.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so you do grow up that way because I just don't think you turn into Speedo Guy. I think
you're not suddenly wearing like one day wearing swim trunks and you're like, you know what I'm going to do is this banana hammock.
Exactly. I think you're just either born into it or
I always assume that you are doing like you lean into it. Like you're the same guy that wanted to be number 69 in high school.
Well, yes, but what I'm saying is you don't just change and become that.
Yeah.
That was ingrained in you at maybe even 3 years old.
At an early age.
At the beach with your parents.
I could see that.
You know, in your little Speedo. And you don't know any different.
No. See, the same thing. I don't know Speedo Guy. I've seen European Speedo Guy.
I'm going to take a Speedo to Meet's wedding. And not say a word about it.
Some pool time?
Yes.
Like one of those like European cut, kind of like you're wearing like little boy shorts kind of a situation going on.
Oh, even better. Yeah, I might
like a saucy style thing
because that's less ridiculous.
Yeah. No, it's more ridiculous.
And then people will be like, and I'm not going to say a word about
Did
it.
your dad swim?
I'm
no,
just
he's in fashion.
The question is,
yeah, he's in fashion. He's got his own fashion brand.
Does anyone say anything to you, or do they just let it slide and assume that you're Speedo Guy?
Versace. Well, there would only be a handful of people that would say something to me, but yes, they would say something.
I've never seen so much dong in my life.
Meatball being one.
Yeah. Well, when
his soon-to-be bride would probably say something first.
I will pay for that Speedo if you will wear that. I will buy one for you.
I mean, come on, that would be a good bit,
It
wouldn't
would
it?
be an amazing bit.
All our friends are going to be there. All their friends are going to be there.
Everyone's going to be around the pool, and you just show
Yeah,
up
I
one
just
day, and
pop
you're like,
in. I'm going to come down in a robe and that, and I'm going to pop the robe off. Make sure everybody's looking. Take the robe off.
Do a little Tom Cruise thing, like Risky Business. Maybe you come down in like a dress shirt that's kind of covering it, and then you just take off the shirt.
And then I just dive.
Just those buns peeking out a little bit. What's up?
My little hairy buns.
What's up, ladies?
Just dive into the pool.
Oh, it's such a power move, though, because when you're ever at a beach, and it's never a guy that's in shape, ever, but when he rocks the Speedo, that guy owns the beach. He becomes king. He plants his dong in the middle of that beach and says, "This now is my beach."
Well, I will say, like, if you've seen it enough, you don't think anything. Like, you notice it, and then you're like, wow, look at that guy. And then that's it.
Yeah.
It's not even a...
Well, and when you see him, like, you're just like, oh, he's European. Like,
exactly.
Because whenever
Leathery.
we were talking about the islands, anytime I've been in the Caribbean, you just...
Yeah.
There's plenty of those people, and you're like, oh,
you're going to Italy.
Yeah.
Buckle up, buddy.
Yeah, you'll see it.
I mean, it's
well,
all
the question is now I have no choice. I have to get my own and then bring it out there.
Well, the text line says someone should get a Jito, which is a mix between a Speedo and jean shorts, and you can get them on Amazon.
Fantastic.
Now, how would that even look? So it's all
like
frilly?
like a denim banana hammock, I'm guessing. I don't know.
Now, the question, when you're going Speedo, do you have to trim up a little bit, or do you just let nature take its course?
No, I think you just do the way God intended.
Oh, my God. How about that?
All right, Hot Corners next. We're back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.